virtually every one of the top 40 records being played on every radio station in the United States is a communication to the children to take a trip, to cop out, to groove. The psychedelic jackets on the record albums have their own hidden.
This is a special question. We don't want you to smoke genetically modified ganja. We want you to smoke the real thing. We want you to smoke the natural herb. Some call it marijuana, some call it sensimedia, some call it lamb's bread, and some people call it ganja.
Welcome to another edition of the Adam Dunn Show. I am your host, Adam Dunn.
I'm your co-host, J.Lo.
And I am your other co-host, Dave Charlie.
No, you're supposed to just say I'm Dave.
I'm Dave.
You're not even allowed to say co-host anymore. We're shifting.
Hey, fuck you.
The world is shifting, Dave. Welcome to the show. We have a post-Thanksgiving show.
Yes.
Fuck Thanksgiving, pretty much.
I don't like to use that word. Nothing about it is accurate.
No. Fucker Thanksgiving.
But I mean,
there's no thanks whatsoever. There's no giving. People are pissed off, and like a gajillion turkeys get slaughtered, and I don't even like turkey. So
it's always been a weird one. I mean, the food part's always been a good bonus. That's always been like, hey,
did you have tofurkey?
No. I had some mahi. I had some mahi with some mango sort of salsa. It was like I was thinking real festive. I was like, this colors, it's got colors.
Yeah, it's good.
Like, what fish do they have at Costco? Well, it's mahi, okay?
Mahi was looking good.
Range after that.
But I appreciate the idea of thanks, even though we don't, like I said in the intro of our card, was that I don't think anybody really knows what that is anymore. It's like we're such a non-thankful sort of society. If you notice, everybody's just kind of like, it's instant gratification. That's pretty much where we've gone. We've all gone that way. It's like now with phones and apps and people just DoorDash or any of these kind of apps. Like everybody's just so lazy.
You DoorDash people now.
They're just you can DoorDash. Yeah, exactly.
Exactly. You can DoorDash. What does that mean?
You get closer to the mic.
You got Bumble, my Humble, Tinder, my Tinder. I'm just saying. Like I could see where that makes you forget.
Fill us in here. How does that work?
Guys, I'm not a Tinder girl.
My name is John Smith.
But I had one of those. I literally had one of those National Geographic moments on the drive into town where I was like, I was driving along and the sun was. It's so fucking warm right now, guys. I don't get it. Like it was weird. The sun was coming through on the window. I was driving along, and I was just thinking to myself like. It was that, when you have the spinning on a blind planet in the middle of oh my God, the chances of this shit happening is so weird. And I'm thinking to myself how we're so lucky to be able to fucking chill out in the sun and, relax, considering it's such a narrow fucking window, right? Anyway,
Goldilocks zone.
Totally. And I just had that, I was driving along oh, don't even start thinking about it. It's like hey, when you have that, I'm such a minuscule little piece of crap.
Doesn't it give you such confidence in that minuscule little window that we live in, that now they're testing flying satellites into asteroids out there? I'm like, what could go wrong? It's been flying around for billions of years, and we're just going to hit it with something.
No one even suggested that, what if we knock it into our trajectory after all that?
Or what if it's not us? What if we knock it into someone else's trajectory, it hits them, and they consider it an act of war, and the space aliens come and they take J.Lo away?
Do you know what it really is, though?
I want to get taken away.
You know what it really is? And what was that? I know Vinny knows this. Vinny, what was the movie back in the day with the space miners? They were it was almost like a
Ice
comedy.
Pirates? No. Where they went looking for water?
No, it was more like they were mining, and it was more like
Battlestar Galactica.
No, it was like they were driving they were basically acting like truckers, but they were in the space and they were just cruising around. And
I love it.
And
I saw it. I know what you're talking about.
This black guy in it, right? It was that classic. That one guy was he had a cyber thing or something.
Every 80s actor.
Anyway, I think that this whole knocking in that trajectory is bullshit. I think what they're doing, because it's Elon Musk, first of all. It's his rocket, right, that's going up. What
Wait, can you play the Twilight Zone?
What
theme?
do
have
all?
it on there? Any
What?
type
What?
of
Do,
conspiracy
how many times have you
things?
heard
Any
about
violins?
No, but how many times have you heard? What's on those fucking? What's on those meteors and on those comets and on those moons?
Money.
Yes, cash G money,
Yeah.
like diamond, like
No, H3.
There's a planet full of diamonds, and there's those. That's all these guys want to do. They want to mine that shit. So they're just going up to see if
Your next stop.
first we nudge.
The Twilight Zone.
No, like, first they nudge.
He's looking to catch on board.
Yeah, they're first they're gonna nudge it. We can nudge. That's good. Then they're gonna land on it, and then they're gonna fucking exploit it.
Wait, you weren't talking about Armageddon, right? Or Deep Impact, where they send Bruce Willis to mine into the...
Oh, it could be that. Yeah, Bruce Willis sounds about right.
Yeah, Bruce Willis.
Because he acts like a trucker usually.
And they had to blow it up at the end, and his daughter has that moment, Dad, you did it. You saved the planet. Yay.
I've never seen this movie.
Because it's way before your time. You were probably in elementary school.
Oh my God.
Yeah, you're probably not.
I'm a grown ass woman, Jake.
No, you were. It was. This was a long one. Vinny probably Googled it already. Just doesn't want to tell us he knows.
Adam Dunn is your producer once again.
No culture. Anyway. So yeah, satellites, great idea. Or fucking nudging asteroids and comets, great idea, guys. That's a good idea.
Terrible idea.
It is.
It was the most unusual promotion idea I ever heard of.
No, this is a bad idea. Yeah.
It's really sweet that
Is
you
it
were
Space
saying
Truckers?
with the
Space truckers, there you go. Now we're talking. That's
Space
it.
Trucker.
That's
I
what it
wanted to
was.
watch
That's
that
really what it
movie
was.
from
No, that's
Oakland.
really what it was. Makes a lot of sense. I said it was like space, and they were truckers. So I was
A space trucker and his cute fiance
All
are on their
right.
way from a space station to Earth with an unknown
Nice.
cargo.
Man, that is amazing.
That
When
was in
Space
the
Pirates
award for
hijack.
worst movie ever.
It was.
I thought that was sweet that you were grateful for the sunlight coming in.
I was grateful for the most simple things. It was like at that moment, sun. I was like, sun, nice.
Check.
We made it. We're surviving. Didn't have to worry about like my taxes at that moment for like 3 seconds. For like 3
Plenty more to
seconds.
worry about soon.
But let's introduce the rest of the show before we get onto the show, because we also have our bud. We talked to Joseph from a group down in New Mexico that is from the Navajo Nation, and they had some crazy shit go down last year. I think probably most of us saw it in the news because it was a pretty big deal, where they had feds came in, and it's a very complicated story. So we're going to go into that on the second half. But they have basically right now it's 33 farmers from the Navajo Nation that are trying to create a sovereign. Well, but the problem is the Navajos have actually they've turned against the idea of any kind of farming on their property of hemp, so no reservation hemp or cannabis, because of the fact that this whole debacle happened. So we're going to do that at the second half of the show, and we got Meredith from Earthship Packaging coming in to give us all Speedos, I think, is usually what the case is.
No, I think
last time.
a packaging person in the area went out of business, and she scored their entire inventory.
Oh, really?
So she has a ton of stuff. So if you're in the cannabis industry and you need some packaging, she will tell us all about what she has right here in Denver.
You just have to change the name of your company to whatever's on the packaging. That's the only caveat. Right. We got all this packaging.
Bob's Pool Hall.
It's got the wrong name, but other than that, it's all good. That's a kind of
this thing right down to the last detail.
It's kind of that would have been a good Boxing Day show. That would have been a perfect Boxing Day show.
For packaging. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, she should have waited for another month. And then just came in like the woo with all her boxes. Like, I have so many boxes.
Well,
That was good.
She may have to come back in a month anyway, when she hasn't moved a single box.
Are we going to move on to our first guest?
Hold on, dude. It's 4:41. We haven't even gone 15 minutes. I told him. I said, relax.
No, that's my fault. I did something. I moved
15, 20 minutes, and we got jibber jabbering to do.
But the bomb
Yeah, I don't
We're not
like
allowed. I know we're not allowed. Who was it that said we're not allowed to jibber jabber?
Someone.
I forget.
Whoever
you are.
Listen.
Why is it stuck on my son's thing here? We're stuck.
Oh, it happened again. Oh, geez, here it goes. Andy, if you're listening, we need you to do the thing with the mouse again for the whole show. Okay.
Just see if it happens again, and then I'll fix it.
And then Mark will just say, "Fuck it." He'll blow us. Damn, I think he is actually mad tonight. I think so.
No, we're good.
No, he's not good. We're not good. I might need security. Is there anybody out there who's armed who could come? Wait, he's listening. Hi, Mark. You're the best, buddy. You're the best. All right, how we doing, Vinny? You can't see that Vinny's standing here playing with the things and the buttons and things, and nope, now he just gave up. And he said, fuck it. Oh, well.
All right.
There's no chat window for us tonight, guys. Oh well. Yeah, how about a fuck you, Dave?
Fuck you, Dave.
There we go.
Now we're rocking. So, how was your week, guys? We have multiple people to go through. We have to see what did you do?
My dog keeled over. I'm gonna be honest. It happened. I was just straight diving in.
I already forgot. No, I didn't forget, but I already tried to put it out. I was like, "Are we talking about it, or we're not talking about it?" But
just that girl.
Man, you had that beast of a dog too.
He's 150 pounds. He keeled over in front of my fridge.
Really?
We died together, but
wow.
I had to take him in today.
That's kind of hard too. 150-pound dog. You need help.
I feel like I had to call for backup for sure. I thought I could do it. Try to be an independent woman. Nope.
So it was. It's great that you were there though, because that's also I had that with my cat. My cat died in my arms, and it was like, I was as bad as it was. It was like, man, thank God, it wasn't like I just came home and there he is. Then you don't know what really happened, and you probably don't know what happened, really, do you? Or
well, to be honest with you, it's like Thanksgiving. He passed away on Thanksgiving morning, really, really early, and it's been a rough couple of days. But he was going to be 10 next month, and that's old for a Newfoundland.
He was a big dog.
Yeah, and he, just kind of had that natural decline. But I haven't, in my adult life, I really haven't had something pass away with me. And to be honest, I was so scared of it, but it felt so much better to be together.
And was it like what's weird with my cat? It was like I was opening up food, and it was like that normal moment where like, oh, here he comes. It was like that didn't happen, and I was all, hey, what's going on? And then I heard like this noise, and I went in, and it was like, and he was still, So wasn't. What was your deal?
So it was like the last 3 days he hasn't been like really eating or drinking very well. So I've been like carrying his food to him. He hasn't been going potty that great. Like you really seen the rapid decline. But then on the last day is like, it really was just like about that comfort, I think, I really deep down believe he was trying to hold on for me because I was just a hot mess. But he had a graceful, you could just hear his breathing kind of slow down. We were listening to Adele, just really having a cozy, warm, girly moment. And I feel he passed out in front of the fridge.
Wow.
And on Thanksgiving, my dog loved food more than me. And so I felt like it was a good out.
Damn.
Sorry, being Debbie Downer.
No, condolences, of course.
Thank you so much.
And it's
everybody. So nice.
Oh, he's a super good-looking dog too. That's for sure. I was like, saw the
Rosin
photos.
Dogs wants to know where he can send condolences. That doesn't mean give him your address. We don't.
Thank you so much.
You ain't the smartest guy in the world.
J.U.B appreciates it. His name was J.U.B, my Jublet. I really appreciate everybody's love, though.
Yeah, he would look like a super cool. It's like when you have a dog that can just be as big as you are and just like arm out the door, the car, and all that vibe. You're just like, you look at him, you're like,
it's bigger than her.
Oh,
Jub's gotten arrested with me. Jub has gone through some stuff.
Got to hang out in a Subaru Brat.
He got the Subaru Brat.
Oh, your dog has a record?
Oh, he, started young.
All right, we don't have to go into that right now, but so sorry.
Thank you. So nice.
Wow. Yeah, it's that time. It's that time. It's crazy. I had another friend, Jason King also. His dog was kind of on its last legs, and it's just like, damn, they're all just like the waves, and it's like, because we all go through it, right? It's like, it's the one thing about animals, right? It's like, like, okay. Because I had it too. I had it with Freddie. When he was 2, I was already sad about him possibly dying at one point in his life. Even though it was like, he had fucking 8 more years ago. I was like, oh man, you're too cute to go. You can't, So, yeah, you just got to know it.
With my Penny, I thought I was like the life she had because of the way her paws were always inflamed during the summer and allergies. It was no life. And I had to sit there thinking, my goodness, is this her life? And not giving any sponsor pitch here, but when I started giving her CBD, and those, I get them from Chewy. They're like pet allergy things. It's Vinny's playing with the levels, right? So Mark is. Anyway,
you're so professional, dude.
Such a pro.
It's too loud now. And it all went away, like literally overnight. I've said it on the show before. It was a few days, and all the redness went away, and new dog.
Wow. CBD made a huge difference. Like my dog, because he was big, is the ACL thing. And like legs and their joints, they really start to decline. But the CBD really, really helped him for the last year of his life.
Well, we give CBD to Mark and to Vinny, and
he's doing all right. We're keeping him going.
So they're doing okay.
I played records at record store today.
Yeah, that's right. You did do that this morning.
What did you do?
Yeah, he spun records at a Black Friday records deal.
Were they rushing it? Were they going crazy?
Oh yeah,
smashing shit.
No, they had a barrier and like people were getting crushed up against.
No,
it.
they weren't.
I was like, you guys got to chill out. I stopped the show.
No, Astro World.
I did.
No,
There is a
Wow. No, it was for record store day, and people were in line, and we were just playing records all day.
I did see that. I saw that post. I was wondering.
My kid's record's there if you want one. There's a copy.
Yeah, actually, Cheapskates Records
was it there?
Yep.
Yeah.
No way.
Yeah, there you got a copy of it.
You should have ran in there, Vinny, and grabbed it. That looked like crazy. Like, oh my God, I can't believe I got it.
I got the last one.
It's like then everyone will be looking like, what was he grabbing that thing? What is that?
I should get that.
Should probably grab that. There's only 2 left, and then you did that right in front of you.
Do we get to see them play? Do we ever get to see them play? Do they play around?
They're coming.
They're coming?
Yes.
It's more like Steely Dad.
Steely Dad.
Yeah,
Wow.
where you create a band and the band doesn't even exist, type of a thing.
That's perfect.
It is perfect. Right?
It's my kind of band.
It's just music.
You created a band. The band doesn't exist, but it has a name, Steely Dad.
That's me.
That's me.
Trevor got it right. Trevor got it right. All 3 of them crushing the berry.
Totally got it right. That was it.
And he was even giving you an extra person. That's just funny. Like it was only 2 really.
Yeah.
All right. So now we officially, I think we can start.
That was a 10-pointer.
Are we starting now?
Soon we're not going to need a show. We're just going to have Vinny. He's going to come on and he's just going to go back and forth and play all of our characters.
Maybe he could make it sound like it's me and it's not even me.
Have we not? Has our sound not cut out yet?
No.
What?
No,
not yet.
Is this even the Adam Dunn show?
I know, right?
Because I would assume that by this
After a year
time,
of doing that, he would be good at. All right.
at least an echo or something. I mean, come on. All right, that's good because now we're about to go into
shout out to the real James B.
a whole new link, which could go all wrong. You never know.
Oh yeah.
Open up the Zoom and then it just
absolutely
that's the end of
chaos. But yeah, we have DJ in the wings. There he is.
Welcome,
puffing
DJ.
down, getting loose for the show. Here to help us remember Myra, the originator of the Mendo Breath, and we're going to get into that story, which is going to be interesting for our listeners for sure, and also see what's cracking. So, welcome to the show, DJ.
Well, thank you for having me. I really appreciate it. Sincerely, really appreciate everything.
Mm-hmm. And you're hanging out in Michigan now. It sounds like we were talking about earlier. So I know it's definitely a different and a growing environment than in Cali. But how's it been going out there?
It's all right. We've been here about 5 years ever since we left. We got here in actually 2016.
So okay. So let's go. Let's delve into a little bit from when you guys first met and kind of who was the grower. I mean, like, were you guys both growing a little bit, or she taught you? It sounds like she taught you most of the stuff. So what I've gathered.
Yeah, in life. Yep.
But tell me, like, let's talk a little bit about like maybe how you guys met and how this whole thing started.
Well, it's been about 19 years since I've met her. 2003. And back then, I was just beginning to start growing with my buddy out in Oakland. And we had 3 rooms going on there with all the nice old strains, Afgui, bunch of Kushes. I mean, I can't think about it right now. But, yeah, I went on vacation to Mexico. And I was down there for a while trying to learn how to speak Spanish. And, you know, I learned Spanish, when I was a kid, but then, growing up in California, it was kind of more of an English thing. So I went down there, met her, and I had a hard time getting weed. So her dad was a big pothead, and I was fortunate enough to meet her, in a, how do you say, nice small little town. It's you have Mexico City, but it's more of a let's say like a Northern California type of area, you know, just kind of like, you know, natural, you know, nice area, you know, safe. You can leave your door unlocked, you know, really nice. And I'm, you know, met her. I was living down there for about half a year, and she taught me how to speak Spanish. She was really, how do you say, accepting to me, because it was hard for me to, you know, but I didn't know how to speak Spanish, and I smoked weed. And back then it was really frowned upon, you know, you're like, you know, a pothead, you know.
Oh my God, so the worst kind. That's the
devil's
worst.
lettuce smoker.
Yeah. I got in trouble so many times. I mean, just smoking pot in the streets. Her dad was a huge pothead that would smoke, but he would keep it so undercover. You know, he looked like a, you know, a business guy. He had the suit, he had the whole 9 yards, but he was, you know, smoking left and right. Yeah, she got me substitute. She got me a pound ultimately, because I had a hard time finding weed.
Right.
So she got her dad to get me some weed, and you know, I just got to know her. And
were they growing it themselves, or were they just kind of linked up with people?
Well, that's the messed up thing, is that he wanted some seeds. Once he found out I was from California, he's like, hey, that's all I really want from you is some of that California weed. And I brought some down with me, but I was running out when I met her. So it was really kind of a lifesaver that she, and just that type of, like, you know, even with cannabis industry, most of the time I'm old enough, you have, what's that? A friend with weed is a friend indeed. Mm-hmm. You know, so it's like kind of I talk about her character a lot. So she's like a really kind, beautiful, loving person. And when I first met her, that's what she put off, you know, even not knowing me, but being kind enough to be patient with me, teach me Spanish. How
old was she at that point? How old were you?
She's 19.
Wow.
She's 19 and I was 23. So I was, I grew up in Northern California. I went to Amsterdam when I was 19, her age. Nice. And so I was kind of always kind of wanting to be around cannabis. And in California, they had the medical legalization, or medical, I forget what it was, 215. So I always knew of it as a medicine. So, you know,
what year did you go out to Amsterdam? Did you go for a cup, or did you just kind of go on your own, or?
On my own. I went there for just a week, and then I traveled Europe, went to Spain.
Nice.
I found some hash in Spain. That was kind of a nice, fun, exciting thing, because it was still illegal everywhere. And then we ended up in the Amsterdam again. So we did that whole Euro rail trip.
Yeah, that's what you did back in the day.
Yeah,
I mean, that was
rail pass.
That was pretty much the given, right? It was like, go cruise. It was funny because everybody would come to Amsterdam, get a bunch of weed. They'd get as far as they could get until they started running out of weed, and then they just take the train back, get more weed, like keep doing that. So they never really did like the full circle. It was always like jig, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth.
What I would do is I would always find a train that was whatever city I was in. If it was arriving at Amsterdam in the morning, I would just get on and go to sleep.
Yeah, exactly. It was like your hotel.
Yep.
Wow.
Because you had unlimited pass. So if you just got on the train, slept for 8 hours, and got there, you'd be like, see. But that was the thing. Never go too much further than about 8 or 9 hours. Otherwise, you're past your whole sleep time. Don't mess that up. I had friends that would always buy peanut butter, and they would just take big pieces of hash and stick it in the peanut butter. And then when the guys would come in to check them, they'd be like eating all this peanut butter, stinking up the whole thing. And the guys would be like, "You Americans and your peanut butter!" They get all mad and just like leave, and they're like, "Perfect."
I made it Nutella.
Yeah, just big giant loaves too, make it look real sloppy and nasty, just so you'd be like,
"That's crafty."
Not going there. So, and when you went out there, you said you were with somebody though, or did you guys go out to get? You didn't go out there with her though, right? This is pre Myra, right?
Yeah, this is before I met her.
Exactly.
But it's the whole character and everything. I went with my brother.
Gotcha. So you were pretty much thinking. I mean, you were on the I'm going to be growing weed tip. It sounds like most people, that was the thing about trips to Amsterdam is like, if you went there, I mean, strictly just to go smoke weed, sure. But like a lot of people, they got the bug once they were there. They're like, I'm going home and I'm going to, all of a sudden they realize,
take it over the spare bedroom.
Well, we'd never seen a store like Sensi Seeds before. I mean, I didn't even know something like that existed in 1990, and walking in and seeing gajillions of different strains with photos of how the plant grew and somebody there to answer questions. I'm like, get the fuck out of here.
So when you were talking about her dad asking for seeds, did you actually have seeds, or did you have just, because I mean, most people don't have weed with seeds. That's kind of half the problem there.
Yeah, no, it's just some weed I got from California. It was 2003. So, yeah. And, you know, and like you just said, you know, most people don't like weed with seeds. But yeah, he just really liked the weed. So he wanted some seeds for something like that. Mm-hmm. So he had some friends apparently somewhere.
Gotcha.
He grew himself also a little bit. And now that it's legal over there, I'm telling her brother that he should grow now too. So, and
then, so you went down there for how long? How long were you down in Mexico?
About a year. I was down there for 3 months, and I really didn't like it. I wasn't really learning Spanish, and that's ultimately why I fell in love with her, is because she was so accepting to me and willing to, you know, because, you know, it's kind of, I was a gringo, you know, kind of like, you know, I couldn't speak Spanish, so I looked the part, but I couldn't play the part.
Right.
You know,
that makes it even harder, because then people really assume, like, they start talking to you and you're like already, you're like hoping you don't have to like answer the question. Like, all right, can I make it through this somehow? Yeah. No, it's.
She was really the whole time. I would have to speak through her. You know, because she learned my type of Spanish, and even now I've always had her just to speak to. You know, I can get by at a store now I'm pretty good, but you know, still people catch it off the back, you know.
Yeah, she was way more forgiving than the average person probably would be, because she probably already knows, like, well, did
you just tell me to do what to a camel?
Hey, he's never going to learn it right. I know what he's saying. Fuck it. You know what I mean? Like, at a certain point, you know, just habits or something, right? So then, but so she's a Mexican citizen. She's like, and then she had been to America already, or had she at that point when you guys met?
That's another aspect of everything is we had a daughter because I was down there for a year or whatever. And so I always wanted to do everything properly, such as like even growing weed back in forever. You always want to do things, you know, with whatever licenses, get your card or whatever. And so I did everything right for her to come up here. And that took me 8 years for, you know, all the paperwork. I got my passport taken at one point because the embassy didn't like my picture on it. Just like messed up stuff. Yeah, it was. Like I said, I went to Amsterdam, so I had all the stamps or whatever, and so it's been used, and that's what they didn't like about it. You know, it was a used passport. So, and once they did that, that was set me back a couple years. I finally got a lawyer. And I finally was able to bring her out here. I've always been an electrician. I've always kind of been into cannabis. Me and my buddy, when we were growing in the 2003 to 2006, we're trying to do build outs, you know, because a lot of people in San Francisco and the Bay Area were burning their houses down because they wanted to grow weed, but they didn't know anything about, you know, electricity.
Yeah, that's definitely one of the keys to growing, is to not kill yourself and burn the place down with the fucking grows. I learned that one quick.
My parents own an electrical company.
I wish I started when I was younger.
No, when you I mean, that's one thing. If you got a good electrician on the team, is always a good idea. Like I always think, if you want to partner up with anybody in a grow world, it should be a plumber, an electrician. You know what I mean? These are the kind of people you want on the team, because you're going to be calling them all the fucking time.
Carpenter.
Otherwise. Yeah, carpenters they're a little less, they're a little more like, you know, hey, come on in, do the work, and get the fuck out of here. Electricians, you can call them on the weekly basis. Like, you know, you need them on a speed dial, because especially at certain times of the year in the summertime when everybody's, you know, browning out their blocks and doing, and especially back in the day with illegal grows, it was like super sketchy shit going on. I'm sure you must,
grows.
Well, you know,
traditional. We don't say illegal. Traditional.
I know, I keep doing it.
ever. It's like the first time people said drama, medicate. I was always just like, are we really going to say
drama?
that?
Pure drama around here.
We're saying medicate now?
Yeah.
I was like, okay, I guess so. I guess we are. But I mean, now it rolls off the tongue. Right. But in the very beginning, it was very like, okay, so we're just going to get high, right? No, we're not trying to go get high. So you guys went from, when you guys moved to the States, you went straight to the Bay Area? That was kind of like the first stop?
Yeah, I grew up in Northern California, and that's where we, I was always kind of successful there. I traveled up and down, up to Washington or whatever. But that's where we started off at. And that's where we met Gage Green. They had a little program going on that was kind of cool. They had a little thing. You could correspond with people like Eddie Lepp at the time. He was in jail. So you can correspond with the pen pal with prisoners inside, pot prisoners or whatever. And so that was kind of cool at the Steve D'Angelo's harbor side over there in Oakland. And I was just, I always had the gift of gab. Sometimes I get nervous, but still I always have the little gift of gab. And I was able
Except in Mexico. Not in Mexico. My gift of gab was kind of cut off there a little bit. Yeah, I'm really funny. If I could just say what I wanted to say. I know. I lived that for 21 years in Holland. Like, you guys don't get it. I'm way funnier when I'm not trying to speak your language. That's for sure.
No, he's funny. Trust me, he's funny.
He's very funny.
Very funny.
And Oakland is definitely, if you're going to think of anywhere in America for like cannabis culture like in 96 was, when 215 happened, but pretty much for the next 10 years, that was still like the hub, you know what I mean? As far as you had Amsterdam there, you had all the the shops that had been already when it was a gray zone or whatever you want to call it, and they all kind of rolled in. Plus Oakland is kind of where the revolution starts every time, right? It's pretty much where the shit goes down is always in Oakland, right? So definitely.
Well, they were like the first jurisdiction to do the whole lowest priority for everything.
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. No, definitely in the deep water there too, as far as when it comes to growers are just up, few hours away. You got some of the best conditions and the best places for people to grow. That's kind of where it all ends up. And so you definitely were in the zone. And then at that time, were you guys growing at that point, or you just kind of?
No, I had just got here. She had just gotten here after that 8-year ordeal of her, the whole legal thing. And I met the Gage Green through the Steve D'Angelo. Somebody had introduced me.
We're blaming Steve D'Angelo. Okay, I like that. There you go. we got a patsy. Damn.
Well, I've always liked going there. They had lines. They had the SR 71 that I liked going to with the Richard. I forget his name. And I just always like going to different dispensaries, just checking them out. Even here in Kalamazoo, there's so many dispensaries in Kalamazoo compared to Grand Rapids or Lansing or Flint. Kalamazoo is crazy.
Yeah.
As far as they have Loom and Cookies now right down the street from each other, not like 100 yards away from each other now. And
do you know how much it is for an ounce of cookies there?
$900.
No, but
straight up.
Yeah.
What's that?
I bought an ounce of cookies in Colorado, and it was $420. And
well, not to jump ahead, but one of the jokes has been this whole time since we moved here is that we're supposed to get a house and move into this place and all that, but they ultimately kept it. And the landlord has been our friend this whole time. So I've been getting weed via him this whole time. He was actually Myra's pallbearer. And he's Gage Green's landlord still.
No wonder he wants to call us podcast.
Yeah, I'll get weed from him all. But $800 is what they're trying to charge. They're trying to pay rent with the weed.
Yeah, they're no, they're the kings of gouge. That's the one thing I can say. I don't understand, because
they could be blindsided if we get out.
I always had this thing about I charge my friends the same that I charged when I was in high school. Like it's about $5 a gram. It's kind of my going rate. You know what I mean? It's
That's
like
awesome.
$150. Yeah, there you go. $5 a gram. It's like that's exactly what I was charging back then, and it hasn't really gone up because that's kind of that's what I want to pay.
That's incredible.
Anything
Yeah.
above that, I think it's it's great gouge. But those guys are crazy. The seeds too. They just said some nuts like $600 a pack or $900 a pack. Like,
$800, and realize when you understand the Cookies brand, you're not buying anything they cultivated. You're not buying anything they put their work into. You're buying a picture, a logo,
It's all
and
wholesale.
sourced by their buyer.
Yeah.
It's funny though because it works. Like I was with my friend Leanne, and we were at this head shop. Shout out to Urban Living down in Miami. We were hanging out in the shop, and on the way out, they have one of their things, and it had all cookie stuff in it. And like I walk by and go like, fucking cookies. And then she goes, oh wow, look at this. This is really nice. I really like how this is. You know, she's not a real weed person, but she's looking at it from a marketing point of view. And I was like, oh my god, they fucking just sucked her in. Like she's just like she would. Maybe I should get this one for. I'm like, no, just. Don't even bother. Just
What
don't
is
even.
it that's familiar about this brand? To me?
It was just they have.
Who's the Cookie Monster?
They have good marketing. That's
They
for
do
sure.
have good
They have-
amazing
It
marketing.
is a beautiful. I mean, they did a beautiful job on their marketing, but
Daniel in Southern California Cookies is brilliant at what he does. Okay, but $800.
Yeah.
are they selling packs? That's what's funny.
I don't know.
There's always somebody. That's the unfortunate part about that. There is people who really base everything on money, and you're like, all right, well, that's the way you want to do it. So, so you guys met the Gage Green guys, and were they solicit? Like, were they looking for people to grow for them? Is that kind of how you guys all started, or?
No, I started slowly a little bit. I did a couple jobs for them. Like I said, I was an electrician, so I did a couple things. And then they started saying if I wanted to help them grow, have Jeff teach me, take me under his wing or whatever. Mm-hmm. And it took Myra about maybe a month. And then they asked if, she wanted to help too. Mm-hmm. So she kind of started helping with Mike and organizing. She started organizing, started growing, everything inside of the house. So like guys were just talking about marketing, the whole time, and even now, all it's really been was, Mike being the marketing guy, because Jeff was ultimately the grower. But once I got there and then Myra got there, we started doing everything for them to be able to go up to the Emerald Cup, to
gouge everybody. We helped them out. They were gouging. We were down there helping them out. No, I'm just kidding. But they had good. They had some great genetics. That's for sure. I have to say, because back in the day, there was some fire coming out of their camp.
Yeah.
Now, as far as the rest of it, I don't even. I'm not going to say much from that. But in general, they definitely and like you said, like we're going to delve into now, the Mendo Breath being the one that I think kind of put them on the map more than anything, right? I mean, that's like the flagship almost.
Yeah, and they're still riding on it. Well, no, that was the whole deal. Like I said, the whole construction thing. People try to rip people off. I was in California, Mexican, this, that. And from the get-go, I was like, no, you have to pay me this. I'm not one of these guys. I was born here. You have to pay me this much, that much. And so it's always that kind of go back and forth between me and Jeff, that whole gouging thing. Mm-hmm. And so, from the get-go, Mike always played broke. It sucks because his parents are like, his uncle has a radio station in Taiwan, and he always boasts about that, and you can see it on his page, Versace, whatever, this and that. It's always, how do you say, greed and kind of.
Well, flash. He's trying to be flashy.
Yeah, I hate that shit. But anyway.
It's awesome.
Well, yeah, I mean, you learn where these things are made from, and it's like, well, yeah, these shoes may be $200, but who made it? It's some fucked up shop over there, and but yeah, no, they always play broke. So, and I always had that argument with them. Couple times because of how I am, I would talk back. Overwatering was a big deal. So I'll get into the whole Mendo thing, but Jeff would overwater everything, and I brought it up because I grew beforehand, and he didn't like that. And I was like, well, you're still overwatering everything. That's why everything's fucked up. And then what Mike said that he was spraying the top of the plants so that Jeff would have the perception of him watering. So if anytime he got into the garden.
That's not how you water a plant, though. That's
Jeff,
the first thing. You'd be like, you're not really supposed to water the tops of the plant. You're supposed to actually put it at the roots of the plant. Like that's
well, no. Do you just burn the tops of the leaves and get powder mildew everywhere?
I know, right? There's a great classic way to fuck it all up.
If you're autoflower, you don't have to water
Look, you're upset because you're like, yeah, that should happen.
Powdered mildew, burnt tips, looking all burnt back.
They're supposed to be like water cactuses.
Yeah, in general, I think like people, overwatering is a classic, especially when you got too many people trying to watch one garden. You know what I mean? Like that's where you got to sometimes pump the brakes on having more than one person do that, because I've had it. It's like, wait a minute, so you watered too? Oh my God, we just doubled. Like now you put everything back in a couple days, instead of helping them out.
And that's when the third guy walks in and goes, I just finished watering, guys.
Hey, guys, you don't have to water now. I just did it too.
You want us to put water on the crops.
Yeah. So,
well, I mean,
go ahead.
That's how I learned is you check every single plant. What was, you have your room or, just like how she took care of everything. Once they saw how we would do everything, we started taking care of everything, and, they left us alone. Sorry. But with the Mendo Breath, what was fucked up about that was
tell us how that all happened. Exactly.
Yeah. They were gifted the OGKB. Jeff was always known for being like a hothead, and so he got rid of it the first time. And so when we got it and we were taking care of everything, Mike was like, "Okay, take care of the OGKB. Don't let Jeff fuck with it and take care of it."
I'm fucking up all day to day.
It's also one of those sensitive. It is kind of a sensitive plant, though, too. It's one of those things where you can. All OGs are a little bit weird like that usually.
Well, Golden's gold. I mean, you had all types of different plants, and even like when I grew it the first time, you couldn't stuff them all. You had to treat them differently. Lights, this, that, and so when people don't care about it, when they only want money, they don't care about the plant. Myra, she didn't care about the money. She took care of the plants. Made the plants happy, and I always told her how much money could be involved, but they always play broke. So anyway. With the OGKB, that came in, and he was saying not to fuck it up. And so we brought it back. And then once we brought it back, we left it alone. So I used to call, I worked there 6 days a week, Setback Sundays. So Jeff would come in and fuck this up. We had what's it call it? Cheese, UKGs.
Mm-hmm.
Cheese
Exodus or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was another thing that don't fuck up, the Joseph and all that shit. So we had so many plants that Jeff would fuck up on Setback Sundays.
Things probably fucked at this point.
Sorry.
I have a couple of videos. I mean, it's hilarious. It's so fucked up. But what's funny is the whole time we progressed more and more, taking care of everything. So Jeff left us alone. Mike left us alone. Mike would use me and Myra more and more until we moved to Willits. Once we had moved to Willits, that was a whole nother, okay, now you guys are taking care of everything. Now you guys are taking care of a whole farm. It's a nice farm.
What year was that? What year was that?
So it was late 2012 when I met them. And so in the middle of 2013, late 2013, 2014 is when we moved to Willits.
It's funny, when I went to Willits, I stopped at the gas station, and guy walks out. He's wearing a hoodlum, one of my jackets. Then I look over, another guy's walking a dog. He's wearing a hoodlum. And the post guy pulls up. He's wearing a hoodlum. I'm like, holy shit, dude. I was like, this is so crazy, right? And then I talked to him, and I talked to Shiloh, and Shiloh's like, oh, yeah, they had a fire at the local hemp store, and so literal fire sale, they sold them out for super cheap because they were smoked out or whatever. But it was pretty funny. It was the whole town was wearing hoodlums. Literally.
That's funny. When I walked into 14 today to pick up everything, I opened the door, and the guy in the far counter is going, and the DJC is the best fucking weed I ever smoked. He goes, you have to have it on the shelves all the time for me. And I looked at the kid sitting in the front. I'm like, yeah, good setup right there. And he goes, set up for what?
Yeah, and you went like that. Did you do the can? Did you do the can thing?
No,
I know he did.
No, I didn't have. I didn't have any cans.
He held the can. Yeah, we know.
I thought they were playing with me because they have cameras outside and they watch when you're coming in. So they just could have had the guy go, "Hey, say this."
See, he's almost got his own strain. You're 2 letters. You're only 1 letter away from having your own strain, DJ. He's got his own strain. It's called the DJC, and so yeah, you almost got it.
That's right.
The blender.
Vinny's dog's breakfast.
The sounds you hear in the background is Vinny doing all of our little drops. He's like the Fred Norris of the Adam Dunn show.
Yeah, I love those little drops. I listen to podcasts all the time, listen to you guys, so
nice.
I love podcasts.
Then
I really do.
I'm surprised you're even coming on the show. Then I'm like, wow.
Wait, you listened to us before?
Usually people are like, oh, I've never heard your show, and it's like, otherwise you wouldn't be here. That's kind of why we trapped you. No, I'm glad.
That's pretty much why I'm here, right?
Glad to hear that you actually watch. So you guys were left alone doing your thing. Now, was this an intentional cross that was made, or tell me how that kind of happened? Because obviously you had the OGKB. Now, then what was and then there was this Mendo montage, exactly, which sounds like somebody saying like, I don't know what the fuck it is, it's just a fucking bunch of Mendo swag, and it kind of got into a thing and a montage. Or is that what it is, or is it kind of like a known cross?
So I guess there was a little. They had a lot of known crosses at the time, but that they all got cut down, and that's why they run off of Mendo Breath a lot too, because a lot of things did get cut down. And Jeff would cross everything with the OG Joseph, and so Mike didn't really like that. But everything would get lost basically, unless myself or Myra was taking care of it for that whole time. And Willits, she really took care of everything. We're doing we moved him down there, so it's like, every day, 6 days a week, I was there. Myra was there in Oakland, and so basically, to answer your question, they were crossing everything with the OGKB along with the Joseph. So that's where you have the Grateful Breath, this and that. But right when they were going to Willits, they started.
Grateful Breath, Dave. Did you hear that?
I heard it.
You heard it. Dave's like,
I wasn't going to tangent into a Grateful Dead story. I was going to let it go, but you had to say something. So this one time, no.
So they're crossing everything with it. But so who selected the Mendo Breath, or how did it get selected? Was it a lot of times it's this only survivor. That's usually a classic breeding program. Like, so how did you guys do it? It's like, oh, dude, everything died except for that one plant, and then that was it. It was go great. You're like, well, that sounds about right.
That's what I was wondering too. Is like, do you guys ever like re-veg? Like when you're doing a pheno hunt, you can like harvest a partial portion of the plant and like you re-veg. Did you guys ever do that, Myra and you, for some of these projects?
That was the whole deal with half of everything. That's what the whole Setback Sundays was about.
Setback Sundays, setting up for re-veg Wednesdays.
So awesome.
I have a couple of videos too of all that too. It's just like I have a couple of videos of all that in Oakland when I got upset because everything got cut down or things was just getting fucked up, or I was trying to re-veg something and it just Jeff was fucking it up.
Oh, yeah,
and
there's always that guy.
Who put the name on it though too? Like how did that start? Because
that's how do you say it was they always promoted us working there as a group. They were like, oh, we're gonna do this. You guys will come here.
You're like the Green Avengers. You're like the Green Avengers of their world, basically at that point, right? Which everyone knows how well that went down. Like, they're all happy campers these days, right?
Exactly.
And so many people too. The guy we came out to Michigan with. They always
call it buffing your badge.
All right.
Vinny Boff.
Way to go, Vinny. Keep us on track.
Keeping us on track, Vinny. So tell it. All right. Before Vinny interrupted.
No, see, everyone forgot.
No, they didn't. We were naming. I was talking about names and who put what on what and how that all started.
Yeah. So I have a couple of pictures I have posted that, but basically that was all Jeff and Mike. So at one point I was calling Mendo Breath OGKB Mendo Montage, because everything was so cramped and everything. But who got a hold of it was Mr. Spliff. So they, they always play broke. So they gave him a lot of Mendo Breath, them and a couple other people up there in Seattle. So we actually went from Willits to Eugene for that reason. But yeah, I always know it as Mendo, what do you call it?
Montage?
Yeah, OGKB crossed with Mendo Montage. And then Mendo Breath was whatever, Jeff made up. But it didn't get popular until it went up to Washington with all those cats.
It's THC B54.
and then I mean, as far as like when you guys moved up, so you guys all moved up to, or which part of Oregon was it? Southern Oregon?
Eugene.
To Eugene. Okay, to Eugene. It's your favorite spot, Dave. Come on. Gotta say it.
Size pizza, baby. Humble bagel.
Well, Willits was nice too. I was on a farm in Laytonville, and I mean, there's so many different stories, and I jump back and forth. But they hooked up with these cats with the Probiotic Farmers Alliance, and they made a joke like what you just said about how you can be a breeder so easily. Is all you have to do is fuck up your garden, and you get seeds, and then you become a farmer. I mean, a breeder.
How do you feel about Avid?
Oh my gosh, come on.
This is really, with my wife, I really don't know. I'm trying to find out everything right now. And we use Avid, we use Eagle 20.
That's what I'm talking about.
Look at you guys all proud of it. Yeah, we used all that shit. We mix it all up.
No.
Bathe in it and shit. No, I know, it's terrible.
Well, that was the whole problem is, like, I'm always vocal. I didn't want to use any of it. I was like, no, I don't want to use any of this. And they're like, you have to. And when I first got there, they wouldn't buy even the suits or any masks. I said, well, I'm not going to do it without any.
Well, that's some bullshit right there.
They're like, well, it costs money. I was like, well, you have money. Otherwise, I'm not going to do it. Same with my electrical, same with anything, and it's always fucked up being in construction is most people, people look at me funny now because I wear a mask and want to, eye protection.
Oh, it's funny. Like in the industry though, that people are like that though. It's like, what are you, a pussy? Putting on a mask? It's like, yeah, fucking, this is poison, dude. Like, what are you talking about?
It says right here, do not use unless...
Yeah, it says it on the bottle.
I cannot believe they made you spray without PPE gear. Because, like, you're
you tell them the Avid Queen is pissed.
Yeah, I'm so
pissed. Say the Queen of Avid is really mad.
You should never have been put in that position. That's terrible.
Avid Queen?
Well, no, everything's an argument. I spoke up with this, that. I mean, that's what kind of got us going for 4 years is I wouldn't shut up. It's not like I'm like, and it sucked because of the whole race thing or whatever, and I always told them I'm not this guy that you guys could think, because you can see it now. People just got busted over there. I forget what it was, but it was on the blacklist or I forget his name.
Oh, yeah.
The brother.
What was that? Yeah, fine. I know what you're talking about. Dave knows everything.
Fred.
There you go.
It was Fred Wilmington.
See, I knew he knew. I knew he knew exactly who he was talking about.
Fuck you,
Nobody
Dave.
Google that.
Fuck you, Dave.
All right. Wow, doubling down?
Because they each have it on their board.
Different versions.
Oh, there's two different ones now. That's good.
Yeah. Thanks, guys. Love you too.
Nice.
Take drugs, Danny?
So, are you guys still working under their thing though at that time? Like, you guys are not independent, right?
No, it was always kind of like, we're a little family, that whole group thing, this and that. They portray that they do that with other people. There's a lot of people that they did that to. The guy here in Michigan, Yankee, he was a seed bank for the longest time. What happened was we do what we're doing right now, talking smoke, but not being on camera. And so everything that, for the 3-4 years, everything that I would say to Mike, he would turn around and do it with Jeff until Jeff figured out that it was coming from me. Jeff would be around the corner here over, trying to eavesdrop. And so that went on for the 4 years until we got to Michigan, and he did the same thing to Yankee, and Yankee didn't take kindly to it. I didn't care. I just said, oh yeah, because it was my idea to move to Michigan because of Yankee. It was my idea to move to Eugene But the guys that we moved to Eugene with, they did the same thing. They had a really, really bad outing, and we were only there for a month. And it was like a transition from Willits to Eugene to Michigan within 7 weeks, whatever it was.
That's fast.
Yeah. Great on the plants too. The plants love that. Plants love that.
And because they're very similar climates in Eugene and Michigan, it's never a problem.
This picture right here is in Eugene. We had a build out, and we, did the whole thing. I was arguing because if you see the background, how messed up the wall is, and I hung up the lights. I have all those pictures. I have a video. But yeah, that's all her in Eugene. And that's when we were working with the cat that got Mendo Breath. That's when Mendo Breath started getting popular. And I was bugging then. I was like, oh, so you guys are getting more popular, And, I would see them when I would ask for, more money, that they would put everything in ads and high times, this, that. Jeff would waste money on lights left and right. And I would be like, well, you have money for lights, but...
classic like the relationship between growers and like people who try to it can go both ways though too. It's like there's so many times where you get like guys who come in and you teach them something and then they take off and take all your clones and fucking zip off and start doing, so people are always playing both sides, you know what I mean? Like of course people I'm sure his story is, oh, I paid for everything. They didn't have to do nothing. I was, but at the end of the day, they got you. That kind of puts you in you're better off when they give you the money and you pay your own bills and then you say, you know what, don't fuck with it. Because that's where it gets always screwy. You know what I mean? That's your strain? Occasionally it works, but a lot of times it doesn't. And when it doesn't work, it tends to be built up over so much time because there's so much like thrown underneath it, like just because you're in the situation where you're like, okay, we got plants to take care of, so you got something to do every day, right? And plants are growing, and then it's so predictable with the money too, because there's no money when the plants are growing, but when the plants are harvested, then there's money for a minute, you know what I mean? And then it's like, where did it all go? Like, I don't know. I've been through so many times with so many different groups. It's just like, it's all fun and games till the money comes, and all of a sudden you're like, hey, who harvested a week early? What's going on? Why are what's going? That and why'd you cut everything down? I mean, that was my first thing in Holland when I was working for some, bunch of guys with tracksuits and the full, tracksuits, Mercedes, and pit bulls. That was pretty much you knew who you were working for at that point, right? You were like, okay, I guess. Yeah, you guys, and then they were like everything they could do cheaper. They could, my brother could get that, and they ended up coming to me with like. You could tell it just got cut out of a greenhouse or something like that, like lights with still cords hanging, like just like went in, we cut them out.
Supposed to have a plug here, man. Not
super shady.
But I think it's funny that those guys always have money at the booby bar and they always have cocaine.
How does it always work out like that?
Yeah, it's like they're never on budget for anything else.
But then I came in one day and all the fucking plants were gone, and they were like, I think they harvested at the beginning of week 7. I was like, what? And it was pissed me off so much, like I literally quit on the on site. I was like, all right, guys, this is not going to work. You know what I mean? I can't do that. But so you guys,
fuck up. Let's keep going.
So you guys were still grinding away. They started to catch some traction with the Mendo Breath, and then we're at that point was like, were other breeders using it, or was it kind of still in their hands and they were kind of keeping it close, or how was it already out there?
It's already out there. They had.
It seems like it's been around. Yeah, it seems like it's been like a lot of people were using it.
The whole testers thing and everything. They never grow really for themselves. I have so many tropes. One time at the Steve D'Angelo spot, we didn't have any weed, so I went and got some weed. And the weed that I brought back to share was their strain grown by somebody else. And Jeff got mad because I don't know. I was like, well, why can't we grow it? I mean, we got all this shit. But yeah, that was just one of the tropes that I have. I have so many different tropes. We lived with them basically 4 years. So, I mean.
This is bullshit.
I'm not laughing at you.
Sorry.
We have a chat gang. It's like having a studio audience.
It's like having children. It's not like having a studio audience at all. It's like having children, and we have to like.
And rosin dogs
super nice
for the win. Holy moly! Everybody just stop chatting.
She's not that easy to rosin dogs. You can't just flash some cocaine.
You're so bad, Rosin. God damn it. Mrs. Rosin, give him a pinch.
All right, so
sorry.
Tangents.
Well, no, anywhere you go is basically the same. I say that all the time. Like, I'm an electrician. You have children. You have this, that. People bickering, drama, not wanting to pay you. But yeah, I mean, Myra, that's what's cool about her. The whole time she kind of built her little company while we were doing all this in Mexico, and she always supported her family. So you can see the basically contrast within people. And so that's what I always like to say, and that's why I bug so much, is because of the contrast where you see their facade. You know, because I don't really want to talk. I mean, I love talking about them so that people can know these things, but it really sucks that.
Right. You don't need to give them any, you don't need to give them the time. It's also about her. And then what was the name of the company that she started?
Well, it's basically just a local little company that she has, a clothing company that she helped build, her mom and her sister, that are still rolling right now, that I kind of want to continue to promote and build. But it's just really hard to organize because they're in Mexico and this and that. I want to be able to have that cannabis aspect. You know, people get all their shirts. This is a shirt that she made. So, you know, it just really sucks that she can't get the respect the whole time. There's a lot of people that knew about us prior to her getting cancer. You know, a lot of people. Right. So they continue to help us the whole time. So there's always a contrast too.
So when she did the company, was that a company that was making clothes back in Mexico? Like, so she was supporting them to do the production there and send it back up?
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
So that's a classic thing too. Like, Americans are so lazy. We can't even take care of ourselves. And then you got people come over to take care of not only themselves and whoever's around them, but the whole family back home, and are the breadwinners for them. You know, it's like, it's nuts. Like, and then you see those are always the kind of situations where you can tell how we're definitely lost as a nation. America is, because we're just so like weak when it comes to that, the ability to have the tenacity to do that kind of shit. You know what I mean? So what year was it that she found out when she first got diagnosed, and how did that all roll out? Was that something where she knew about it and was sort of trying to do it on her own, or was it out of left field, or?
Yeah, no, really fast, really messed up. Yeah, you hit it on the point right there. And that's why I really appreciate her. Even when I met her initially, she was taking care of her family. I met her at 19, and she was taking care of her family, a couple of brothers, just kind of being a base and, the cornerstone, kind of aspect to, a lot of things. But she and that's kind of also a messed up thing also, because I was kind of quiet about everything that we did. I didn't really, say anything about anything. I had a little Instagram, but I didn't care about posting every day, this, and that. And I never really did at that time. Also, I was actually instructed by those guys to get Instagram to promote everything. But yeah, she got pregnant. And so it was a benign fibroid. Oh. And it was always benign until about a year after the baby was born. But they're trying to see what they can do, because it being a common thing that women get in the uterus, that, they're saying that they can kind of do something about it. But once she got cancer, it took maybe about 2 months until it took up her right lung.
Oh. That's some serious aggressive shit.
You guys were going through a pregnancy and knowing that the cancer and things were going on around the same time?
Well, it was a fibroid, it was a really big fibroid, but it wasn't cancerous. So that was, always the thing, that it wasn't cancerous. So,
was that figured out? Was that figured out during the was that figured out because of the pregnancy, or is that something that she that was so that came across that during the pregnancy?
Yes, sir.
Right.
Yep.
Right. That's it. Yeah.
And,
yeah. Then you're. I mean, and at that point, you're also it's like you're. Yeah. They have to make a decision too. So at that point, they figured out that she was good to have the baby, not a problem, not malignant, and not even cancerous at that point, or would they were just kind of like keeping
Correct.
an eye?
Yeah. No.
Yeah.
It wasn't cancerous.
At all.
So
okay.
I didn't really, look for any RSO at the point. I always
And the pregnancy and the pregnancy went well otherwise, though? Like everything else was cool with it?
Yeah, the baby's doing awesome. She's 3 years old right now. So.
But during the pregnancy, though, too, like with her health was okay. Didn't seem like there was no issues there.
No, it was about a year after the baby was rolling around, and everything was fine until 2 years ago in July, and that took, like I said, about 2 months for everybody for her to get diagnosed in August.
Right.
And then that even took really fast. It's really, there's so many messed up things that happen, even with the doctors, hospice, this, that, getting her medication for RSO, anything like that. So
was she doing was she doing that on her own, or was she using RSO on her own, or?
Yeah, she really. There's a couple documentaries that she's seen that was really nice. She, her dad, like I said, was a really big pothead. She was always kind of accepted to it, but she never really liked getting high.
Mm-hmm.
She actually built up a really good tolerance, but a lot of people started helping with RSO, so that was really nice. And that was one of the aspects that I really want to point out, is because of her character being so kind and her taking care of a lot of people. The people that were doing everything with Gage, they were trying to get people not to give her RSO, or even for me to pay for it. They would DM people, they would email people, they would try to get people purposely not to help her. And people that knew about us prior to her getting cancer didn't really listen, but then at the same time didn't really help in the long run, but helped enormously. So it's like really balanced. That is really messed up, but nice to see and beautiful to see that people helping in spite of whatever people would say.
Right. Well, one thing about cannabis community is that we have a unique power to be able to, I'm not going to use the word heal because it's not maybe too big of a word, but we get to definitely help out immensely in situations that other people have no power. Like they have zero. They're just pretty much like, I don't know, go to the doctor. And you're like, no, that's where it all goes wrong. Like that's the wrong answer. You know what I mean? You should, and with cannabis, we have such a powerful tool to work with that it is awesome. But at the end of the day, it's not one answer. You know what I mean? There's so much. Sometimes it's just for comfort. You know what I mean? Sometimes
you ask the almighty Google, you put in cannabis and then any ailment, and it'll give you a list of things that it can be used for and extracts. So it's a really versatile plant. I'm sorry it didn't work in the long run, but I think you had the right idea. Cannabinoids or we have an evolutionary relationship with the cannabis plant. So we have receptors in our brains, and those I guess it works for some, but not for all. And so your baby was born in Michigan, or? Yeah. Right. So everything happened there pretty much. So she had no family there, obviously, because her family's back there, and you have no family there also, right?
Well, no, she really liked Michigan. She liked the snow. Like right now, she found a lot of friends. She does have family here in Kalamazoo, so that's ultimately why she wanted. All right. We decided to come out here together once Eugene happened. So I was like, okay, have some family close. And once she got cancer, we moved here to Kalamazoo for that reason. But
that's cool. So you had some support there and stuff. That's good. Because it sucks if you move, everybody moves away from family, and then all of a sudden something like that happens, and then you're like, fuck. Makes it twice as hard, And how long, once she got diagnosed, was it like a situation, like you said, it went quick, but was she fighting through it, like as far as like we're just continuing her life, or was she you have to change a lot, or as far as growing goes, things like that? Because it's growing is quite. I mean, one thing, it keeps you in shape, but it also is like the classic where it's a good indicator of what when you can pick a bucket up. You know what I mean? And the day you can't pick a bucket up, something's wrong. Like, what the fuck? I can't pick a bucket up? What the? Oh shit, maybe. Oh, right. That's usually, and it's weird because we do the same shit repetitively, right? So we're every day, and then if you come to a day where how was her situation with that? Was some people don't notice it at all.
Yeah, no, I really like that point too, because that's basically what we were doing. In California, coming over here, we're doing those aspects, not really being in the limelight, and I was fine with that. And what was nice is while she was going through the cancer, she kind of really got better. And she started doing TikToks, and she was doing really good. I had I would post a lot about her on Instagram, and sometimes a little too much for people, me talking about a lot of things. So I really appreciate you having me on to talk about all this stuff. But yeah, she was really awesome doing the little dances. She used to do that forever, she liked dancing. So it was nice to see her being able to do that.
She sounds like a really artistic butterfly. It sounds like everything she touched, she's a little sparkle baby.
Yeah, that's why I like talking. That's basically, my whole point.
Yeah, that's cool. I mean, and like you said, it's you're constantly reminded, obviously, because of the fact that when she put out when she helped put that plant out there, whatever it's named, you know what I mean, whether it's the Mendo Montage times OGKB or the Mendo Breath, because I'm sure Mendo Breath doesn't make you feel great about it because of the fact that it's not, no one's connecting that to her. I would maybe go back to the original name maybe and just put out your own version of that for her, and definitely get support that way, because that's the cool part about genetics is it's like music or something where you're like, well, at least I know people will be smoking weed that I fucking put out there at one point. Even when I'm dead, they'll be out there smoking that weed. Oh, dude, Adam made this or whatever. It does live on, which is cool. And so, you got that at least. That's one cool thing that comes out of having a grower in the situation, because it becomes even more legendary as it gets the longer it goes. You know what I mean? Because once people don't know, it's like, oh, I heard about that. It's like Jack Herr. It's kind of funny, that strain.
Love that strain.
Mm-hmm.
Jack has not grown a plant in his life, dude. That fucking guy never grew nothing, right? So it's like, that he's got that brown finger too. You can just tell by looking at him. He'd be like, that's the guy that would kill a plant in a heartbeat, right? And then, but because people don't know, they're like, oh, Jack Herr. Like, they think he's a grower if they don't know that he's the hemp guy.
Right. He got his claim to fame was because he had an opinion. Because he and his buddy, right, decided, like, wait a minute, I got a little stoned. And then they came up with their little grading system. I was super stoned.
Yeah. No way.
Yeah, that was his whole thing.
His first book was called
Emperor Wears No Clothes.
Called Stoned, right?
Something like that. It wasn't even a book, I don't think. I think he wrote it for like a newspaper or something where he and his friend put a little pamphlet together. Yeah. And it was just about this weed.
How stoned they got.
Yeah. See, that was it.
The reason I say...
That's stoner shit right there. Yep. I'm stoneder than before. How stoneder are you?
Man. Maybe we were like 12. Right. I feel when I use the word esoteric breeder, the reason I say that, honestly, is because genetics, right? Like, if you're really deep into this, like, and it's really like a passion of yours, is like, I know the things I've gone through to get genetics, or the disputes or arguments with people or tough relationships because of shit like that, or the times that like you just had this really powerful experience with a strain that like you were going through a dark period in your life or something, and it really like gave you this comfort or this push. And I think that, they have so much meaning that probably a lot of people wouldn't see from a surface level to us, but people that are truly passionate about, doing this and working in your gardens, I think it's a strong connection, no matter who originally bred it. But even popping phenos and things that we choose, like, they have so much sentimental meaning, I think.
Yeah, well, I think you definitely need to keep the legacy rolling with that, because that's something you can track too. You know what I mean? It's out there. And I think more people appreciate authenticity than anything. You know what I mean? So if they, when they hear a real story, they're usually connected. That's like when you hear Jack rating weed, you're like, yeah, that's some stoner shit right there. Like they're like, that's real. You know what I mean? Whereas if it's some bullshit story, like, oh yeah, you make up something.
He got these seeds from this guy, the bro in New York.
Not even that. No, or like they like I mean, just to make everybody happy out there. Aryan told a story back in the day that he had gotten some seeds from an Indian who came down from the hills and handed him seeds and said, "Cannabis is the future, and you must go forth and produce." And it was like some bullshit, super bullshit story. And if he had said like, "Oh, I stole seeds from my big brother and grew them," okay, that makes sense. You know, then you believe it. Like I'm ass beat or something.
What kind of Indian was he? Was he on a horse?
No, this is from India. He was saying like a
swami.
A swami, exactly. Came down from the mountains and handed me some seeds. And it's like, wake up. Yeah. So I think authenticity goes a long way. So. And I think that now, you know, the more people you tell the story to, the better too, because they'll, you know, much rather back something like that than some $800 pack of seeds, some bullshit story thrown in it that you're just like, what? Like, why would I pay that? Why would I do that?
But it's cookies.
It's cookies, man.
Well, not even cookies. We're talking other stories, but whatever. I know DJ knows what I'm talking about, so that's all that matters.
And so many people use it, but yeah, no, it's insane. But it's awesome that you guys let me talk about that. But yeah, no, you guys basically hit really good points. But Myra, she's always kind of wanting to, I don't know.
Well, she definitely wanted to help people. That's for sure. You know, as you pointed out already, like family, if anybody needs help, you know, and that's the thing is it's so crazy when people like that. That's why I was wondering if she just worked through it, because I know that's the style. Like a lot of times it's like the more people give, then the less they want to take care of themselves. And then they usually end up putting themselves in a situation where they're like, no, you got to take care of yourself first. You know what I mean? It's like, that's sometimes the most important thing, even though of course that's usually not the end. Usually it's, you know, beyond that, because usually that's just ingrained into them. Like, that's like, no, you know, it's like see some, you know, some people walk by, they see a homeless guy on the streets, they just walk by, boom, 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 no big deal. Other people want to go help them too much to the point where the people aren't even comfortable anymore. They're like, dude, I'm good. I'm happy where I am right here. Just give me some money, damn it. You know what I mean? They're like, hey, let me help you. Hey. So it's almost like, that could be that. It could be too extreme. Mm-hmm. And then, you know, then there's like, I just give them weed. I just say, here's some weed. That's much better than money. But yeah, in general, it's like it's usually, it's a type, and it's filmed, like, it sounds like Myra was definitely from that overly giving and maybe not paying attention to her own stuff enough, you know, and that's maybe unfortunately what happened there, which sucks, because that's like my grandfather was, I mean, he lived a long time. He lived till he was 90, but he was like, he had 3 knees, and, you know, like he had his knees replaced twice, to the point where it was like, they were like, how did you even walk on these things? He's like, whatever. You know, he just didn't complain. He never complained, even when the shit was just ridiculous. You know what I mean? So, yeah, sometimes you got to listen.
Yeah, she's really strong. She really learned a lot, too. You know, I always tried to, you know, ever since I was young, it's always been hard to, like, you know, you got Whole Foods and things like that, but to, like, eat healthy, you know, it's expensive when you have a contrast.
Whole paycheck.
Yeah.
I get crushed when I go there. I'm like, oh my God. Yeah.
Even here in Kalamazoo, I would have to go to 5 different places because I have a joke. One place, she liked orange juice. So one place would be like $8 and on sale like $7. And at a normal store would be regular price, $3, you know, but they're organic orange juice, you know, so it's like messed up on how much they gouge, you know, and so it's fucked up, you know. But she tried a lot to a lot of people helped her out. And that's also the whole everything is, you know, people that came out of the wood people I didn't know helped her out because they met her without me knowing that they met her.
Right. So what's the active what do you have right now active out there for her as far as GoFundMe, stuff like that?
Well, I still have those up on my page on my Instagram. So I'm actually going back to, because a lot of people helped her out, you know, through TikTok and people that knew about her prior to her getting cancer. So I was able to get her to Mexico and have her buried. But I'm going back down there this couple weeks. But yeah, I'm going to try to continue, like you said, with the whole strain in her name.
Yeah, that's good move.
You know, her clothing, you know, and just kind of, you know, just because the whole messed up thing is because a lot of people that did know about her didn't really say a lot, you know, and people that didn't really know but kind of understood the story and this or that, you know, kind of respected her, you know, and she got to see that, you know, so a lot of people reached out to her. So that was kind of nice to see.
And so the Instagram page is Mendo Breath 420, right?
Yeah, I had the other one. Hopefully I get it back, but yeah, no, that's the one I have for now.
Yeah, so definitely if anybody's out there wants to contribute to that, that'd be awesome. What a perfect day to do it on, the day after Thanksgiving. So, no, it's good to get you on, and I mean, I will definitely help you out. And you had an auction going on too, right? You were doing auction. I noticed you were doing some auctions.
Yeah, like I said, a lot of people that knew about us prior continue to help us. You know, I try not to talk about a lot of different names, you know, because people don't like that or whatever. But I love that they're able to contribute and acknowledge her, you know, and then she was able to see that, you know, like in her travels, her being here, going to Michigan, you know, people still respected her prior to her getting cancer. So I really appreciate people doing that and continuing doing that. A lot of people said that they're going to continue to work with me to be able to, you know, make the strain, you know, a couple people in Europe, you know, so.
Yeah, I mean, the thing that's cool is you can take just create the base, get the ball rolling, and then that just sort of, you know, it'll come out naturally. You know what I mean? People along the way, because the other thing is, like you said, I mean, the strain's been out for a while. People have grown it. It's what I like about all the strains that came, you know, the peanut butter breath, all the strains that come from it are all very like what I would call the ones where you just stare at the joint. You're like, oh, what the fuck is that? You know what I mean? They all have that same tendency where you're like, wait a minute, am I going to stare at this? Every time you take a hit, can't stop staring at it.
Yes.
That's good weed. You know what I mean? That's all it takes. If you're staring at it for the wrong reason, if you're putting it out, then it's obvious. But if you keep looking at what the fuck, like I don't know what it is, but that's what weed people do. We just stare at joints.
Admire it. You got to take it all in.
Yeah, you're like, holy shit.
This is beautiful.
It's all in there. Right? No, it's awesome. I'm glad that you could keep the word for Myra out there. That
strain's a great producer as well. Like I've ran that strain in the past, and it honestly does produce great, tastes great, like you said.
I'm on week 6 right now. I'm on that magical week right now, and like an asshole, I like classically the other day I was like, oh yeah, I'm gonna go in the morning and I'm gonna take a shot. Like, yeah, there it is. Didn't do it. Totally spaced out. Drove off. Fuck. Always think about it. Because what's funny is that I have daikon radishes growing in the same bed, and there's like a little pink flower, and it's like it was very nice. I was like, look at that. There's a little pink flower. It's the fucking Mendo Breath. It's got the tag on it. Bam, it's right there. Week 6, which is actually, you know how it is with cannabis. Week 6 is like when you wish other people were in the room with you because you're like, man, this shit's fire. Look at this. Oh my God, this shit's explosive. Because, you know, week 5, it just started. Week 6, it's really happening. And then, you know, from that point on, that's when everybody comes in later and that's like the magic grower moment right there, because you can still see like lots of white hairs. You know exactly what's coming. It's like this shit's about to go off. You know.
Yes.
Yeah.
Countdown.
So I love week 6.
Hashtag week 6.
That's what I was going to put that.
Right.
About the grower, really, you know, like you guys said, how you care about the plants, how this and that. Even when I was growing initially in 2003, it always seems like it's depending on the grower and who's taking care of, you know, the plants and any aspect of any plant, you know.
It's actually the plants that are taking care of us, is we just don't know it, you know what I mean? And we just have to like know if like you're doing a good job. Like are you being attentive? Because there's things they know exactly what they need. They just can't reached the fucking thing. It's like, it's like dealing with a friend who's just like, can you grab me that over there? That thing. You're like, what, this thing over here? Yeah. Then they know exactly what to do with it when you give it to them. You know what I mean? But they're in that situation where they can't move. So that's you have to tend their every fucking thing. But at a certain point, once they start telling you and you're like, oh my God, this really worked. That's how we learn. Cool. Well, thanks, man. And what's that?
Saying thanks again for coming on the show and keeping it real with us. And we posted
thank you so much for having me.
Your Instagram page on the chat gang, so everybody can find you.
Yep. And if you got anything you want to donate, that's the place to do it. And if you're, if you want, anytime you want to come on the show, if you got anything happening, or if you happen to come through this way, just give us a heads up. Come to the studio.
Oh, that would be awesome. Yeah, no, I appreciate everything and having me on. It's amazing that you did that.
Anytime, bro.
Thank you.
Enjoy it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Peace.
We out party all those fools. It always has.
Willie. Well.
All right, are the snakes coming out of the baskets yet?
I know we had Matt in the wings, right?
I saw him, yeah.
They were hanging. I saw him coming in hot early.
Coming in hot early.
Hot and early.
Wait, that's contradictory.
It is totally contradictory. That's how we do it around here. Completely.
The pauses that are important, you know.
All right, everybody take a dab.
This is where Dave tells a Grateful Dead story.
No.
What?
We'll smoke some of 14ers rosin.
Oh yeah, let's do a little. That's your new strain?
That's
Papaya cake, so delicious.
In betweener. I still have the Duraflame from last week. I didn't even try it.
You haven't gotten your Duraflame on?
I know, and I took it right, snatched it right out from under her. She was like,
Every fucking time.
I don't know where this name came from. Cocomero gelati.
Dang. Once you go
Cocomero?
Cocomero gelati.
Look at that huge nugget.
no wonder you took that.
That's right. Well, I saw the name. I'd never seen it before.
Cocomero.
Yeah.
Let's see, ready?
I got the papaya cake if you guys are interested.
That's your new strain? Oh, I wanted to give a big shout out to Pete Levin. I don't know if you saw that post from, Pete.
Yeah.
Pete, Keyboard Pete. Allman Brothers Pete. Pete Levin, you know Pete.
Pete Levin.
Okay, yeah, Pete Levin from the Allman Brothers. Friend of Derek's.
Yeah, friend of everybody's. Yeah. Friend of the world.
Friend of the world.
Well, shout out to him because he was very quiet about it, but he ended up getting a fucking heart transplant. It was crazy.
Whoa.
And he powered right through it. Saw him ringing the bell at the fucking hospital in New York. I was like, you know that bell. They bring you out, you ring the bell, they fucking, whoa, my God, he made it.
Shit, you don't want to be that guy.
I know, no, he did. He did a fucking amazing job.
That is incredible.
Shout out to Pete. He'll be back on tour again at some point. But yeah,
I'll try to get him on the show.
That is good.
Of course.
Give him a call.
But it was crazy. It was one of those ones where he's just like, man, I didn't really tell anybody, but, they found a heart in it was like 2-hour situation where it was like he's on the list. He didn't tell anybody what was going on. Went down. They were like, we got you. Flew him in 2 hours. Not 2 hours. I don't know what the operation was, but within like 2 hours of the fucking.
Found a donor and
crazy. Wow. Crazy.
Damn.
That's a beautiful story.
Damn.
Whew. Yeah. So shout out to Pete. See, I had to actually write that to myself because I was like, I'm so bad. I go home and I'm always like, oh yeah, I totally forgot to shout out that one.
I don't know if this counts.
Just like I totally forgot to take the photo for the Myra thing.
Send yourself another note so that you take a the photo at week 6 and next time around.
No, if I will take the photo and I will post it anyway. Yeah, no Jeff. Yeah, we're keeping uncut bush. We know. No, we're keeping Jeff away from our plants. 100%.
Yeah, who is this Jeff guy?
There we go. We got the crew.
I talk to everybody about being a dad.
Turn your phone sideways.
You know the drill, Matt. Sideways on the phone, please. Thank you very much.
And you want to?
It's like he's never seen the show before. It's like he's never seen the show before. He's like doesn't understand. He's learned everything on this show. See, he's like coming to university. Drop. You get it?
Can't hear us. Turn your phone sideways. Yeah, now.
Yeah, we can hear you. We hear you. But go sideways on that phone.
Cool. All right, it's Joseph Bill. You guys got it.
See the phone? Make the phone look like this. Sideways.
Sorry, I can't. All right, you turn it or I'll turn it.
There you go. Thank you, sir.
Because otherwise we'll hang up on you if you're
sideways.
Did he just turn it upside down?
No, I just moved it away and
there are nothing. 10 segments on the call sheet today.
All right, Vinny, some drops.
A Viper's right here. That's good.
Come on, Matt, you can do it.
I got it on the table, guys.
Bear with me.
Gimbal boy.
Is that strap?
Oh, look at all shaved. What you wear?
Yeah.
Look at that.
Oh, strapping young lad.
We said, you know what?
He's not here. I'm just doing some work for him right now. My name's
I
Max.
like how Matt gets all like super serious when he's trying to like turn a phone sideways. It's like it's
on a
phone.
gimbal, dude. You screwed them all up.
Yeah.
How about you just deal with the camera angle and then we just get on with it?
Figure it out, guys.
You're the man, dude.
Wow, look at that young guy.
Even shaven, you can do the work. I'm
I know
pretty
how to
impressed.
say it. I just don't know how to spell it. That's what I'm saying.
I'm impressed. All right. Well, welcome to. So who we got? Who we got in the house here? Quick intro.
Strap. This is where you introduce the guests.
Hey, Adam. Yes, yeah, you're live. So this is Joseph.
Hey,
and
Joseph.
This is Bill. Then we've got some more people. And you guys got some more people. I forwarded the Zoom link.
Yeah, there's a couple people that have been waiting.
Yeah, we saw a few people.
They can go ahead and pop on if they want to.
Whenever they want to pop in, they can pop in. But welcome, Joseph. We've been talking a little bit the last couple of days. Glad that you made it up. How was the tour around the facility? What'd you think? Pretty impressive.
Oh man, it's amazing. Was just learning about the business model and just learning about the community that's here, and that's kind of like why when we saw the documentary come out a couple weeks ago.
Shout out to
just connected, and
yeah,
it's amazing.
Yeah, no, it's good to see. I mean, because that's the thing about cannabis stuff too, is like you have to kind of a lot of times you got to put your eyes on it for real because the scale, and it's hard when you're trying to explain it to somebody because also like even when you see a system with no plants in it, it's still nothing until they see the plants in it. When you see the plants in it, it fills the room, and then all of a sudden you're like, oh, now I get it. You know what I mean? Because it's about like understanding what's going to happen when they come in. Like if you overcrowd them in the beginning, you're going to fuck up because they're going to need more space. If you give them way too much space, it's also a problem. You know what I mean? So there's all that, like as a farmer or as a agricultural person, you got to like come in and see it sometimes because everyone's seen corn and they've seen, wheat or whatever grown, but they haven't put their eyes on the cannabis. So, you got so basically as a backstory, was it 2 years? Last year was last year is when the feds raided the res, right? It's, So
if I could,
you got it. I know you got the whole thing laid out for us. So you want to give us that backstory first, so we can.
Yes. So again, I'm joined here by Bill Bedoni and Gilbert Bedoni will also be joining us pretty soon. So they're these farmers, Navajo farmers. So from the communities in the Four Corners region, Navajo communities, and so the as you know, the Navajo Nation, if we help take it further back. In a little historical context.
Yeah, exactly.
The when we had contact with the American government when they first came here in the region, we were forced to be relocated from our communities, our traditional homeland,
right?
And so. Which we consider within the Four Sacred Mountains, and here in Colorado, that's going to be Mount Blanca as well as Hesperus, Peak. So
which is right,
definitely,
which is right there, pretty much. You're almost, you're right. You're almost on top of it.
Yeah, awesome. And so again, we were forced to relocate. Then we came back from the long walk by signing a treaty with the federal government. So we have a treaty right as well with the federal government. And that's where these farmers here, the region that they live in, there's 2 coal burning power plants in the region. In the 70s, the federal policy was made came through that the region would be considered an energy sacrifice zone. And so that's why there's right now, we have over 500 abandoned uranium mines. We have a uranium site near where the farmers are at.
Those were all were those is that from like military driven stuff from back in the day? Or?
Yeah, to supply the Cold War, and they used the uranium from this region. And the relatives here, even their family members have worked in those uranium mines, so it devastated them. And then the health-wise, like there's 2 coal-burning power plants operating. Oil and gas industry is operating out here. We had this methane plume in the region, so health-wise, when COVID hit the reservation, it decimated our people. We were decimated, and also because of the infrastructure that we lack. There's many of our relatives don't have running water or electricity, and so they again, and I'll let Bill talk about how it started. He's one of the farmers.
Well,
welcome, Bill.
My name is Bill. I have a farm, and we came into the hemp is what they called it when we released the land.
Famous last words. Right? This is in 2000. This is right after the Farm Bill, right? In 2018.
Coming back to it, we found out it wasn't hemp. So next thing we knew, we had the federal agents and the DEAs, you name it, they were knocking on our doors to come in.
Wow.
And they seized everything else. So they've taken me into jail, and I was released. But most of all is I was into it for business, maybe in the future. Yeah. I run a business, so that's what I wanted to do. And that's why I'm here. I wanted to know if we can do some kind of business with the 420. So that's the reason why I'm here.
Sure. Well, and the interesting part about this whole thing too is, Navajo are like traditionally the farmers of the nation, pretty much, right? That's their background, and the fact that this has kind of put a stain on this idea of because hemp is an amazing crop. You know what I mean? Hemp on its own is an amazing crop. The exploitation of hemp, unfortunately, is not a very good thing, and it got so misconstrued. Because this is in 2018, I believe, is when these guys first came to you, right? Like right after the Farm Bill happened.
Yeah.
And I was literally at a dinner with people who I could see their brains just going into full mode, all the things we can do, you know what I mean? And that's the problem, is you had so many people looking at this as a windfall for cash, and unfortunately you guys were 100% victims in this situation, because someone tells you it's hemp, you're believing it's hemp. They come on your land. They start growing cannabis. Now, what makes this whole thing really, when I saw the documentary and I realized the unique, weird position that you guys were in, because these are Chinese nationals, right? That were in these places. It wasn't like locals at all, right? This was no Indians involved. No, it's all foreigners, right? In these farms that were on the land.
Yes, they were all Asians.
And I'm sure, because it's interesting, because they don't they just do what they're told, right? They're just go grow this thing, grow this, and do this to this, and package it like this, and we'll be back or whatever. And I don't think I think for the most part, probably most of them didn't know that they were growing cannabis either. They're just doing what they're doing. But then also, you're not allowed. Now, is it true that because they're not from the reservation, that technically speaking, they're not able to be arrested by the police from the reservation? Is that how it all works? Is there some sort of like weird?
Yes.
So they had it figured out. Chinese were smart.
They were.
Yeah.
They were escorted off the reservation.
Uh-huh.
And most of them were just escorted off the reservation.
But in general, wasn't it for a couple of years? Like, didn't they kind of get away with it for, so you're talking 2018, 19, and then this whole thing happened in 20. So like they kind of were running this thing for a couple of years on. Is that how it all worked out, or?
No, this is like just 1 year.
Okay, so they got busted. They never got to fruition.
This, cannabis ran by another fella, which he ran it for a year before that. Before we even had all the Asians come in.
Oh, okay, so you had another
when
group.
the Asians come in and they came in quick. And
can we back up for a second? One of the people in the chat gang asked a question that isn't. I thought if it was on tribal land, it doesn't. I mean, go back to that. Was it not tribal land, not tribal police, but didn't you say the feds came in?
In the end, yes.
And how do they? I mean, isn't that them like coming into another country, right? Because they're not supposed to be able to operate on the reservation.
Well, this is how I understand. We sit on the reservation, but the land permits we have is given to us by. It's like a federal land. So the Navajo Nation,
that's even worse.
when I look at it, don't have the right, but they still came in. We're sitting right in there with it. And it was the federal agents went and got approval from the tribal president of the Navajo Nation, and so he approved the operation to go. To have.
Got it.
Dang, that's terrible. I'm sorry that happened.
And also the other things, if I could also mention, just before before all of these farmers signed on to this lease business transaction with this region has a river, the San Juan River. In about 5 years, back in 2015, the U.S. EPA breached a dam.
Oh, I remember that. I totally remember that.
On the Plata River, and it turned a river that they use for their farm yellow.
I remember that.
Yellow.
It was like a mining. It was like from a mining situation, like an old abandoned mine.
Well, when you say released, if I'm remembering correctly, it's like, we had a little release, and you go, what happened? You go, well, 24 million metric, gallons.
It was bad.
It was a huge,
I remember it. It was bad.
It changed the entire ecosystem
2015.
of that river. For how long? How long did it take? Is it even recovered now?
No, there's still a lot of trauma just from that experience because nobody was wanting to buy any of the produce from the region. If they knew it was grown here, they wouldn't buy the vegetables.
So wiped out a lot of farms.
These farmers have still not been compensated by the U.S. EPA, and so and that's why you had a lot of when this opportunity came through, these farmers saw. They thought they were being promised, the right thing, but it didn't turn out like that. But that's one of the reasons why they all, got involved too, because it's bad up here,
And so in the end, they had built all these greenhouses, got arrested, destroyed the feds came, took all the destroyed all the, but they left all the equipment there and kind of just abandoned ship. Is that you guys got left with the mess, or?
Yes, we pretty much ended up with all the mess, trash, everything. They cleaned it out. They took all the plants, and they buried everything in the backyard.
It sounds like an interesting story we tell that to make people celebrate on the last Thursday of every November. We call it Thanksgiving, but when you really look at the story behind it, wasn't pretty much anything. It wasn't thanks or giving it at all. It was a conquest of a nation, and it sounds like it's still happening right now. Nothing's changed.
Well, I mean, the problem is that I see is, of course, that I mean, what I was saying earlier in the show, that I feel it by putting this sort of black mark on the idea of cannabis in general, it kind of hamstrings you guys in the sense of like, you know, almost like this should be taken the other way around. Like I feel like needs to enhance the fact that you need to grow your own on your own land. You know what I mean? Never don't let other people come in and take advantage of the situation, because that's what will happen. Of course, I mean, doing it correct. Because
and that was one of the biggest real factors that everybody's now realizing. Arizona legalized it, they decriminalized it. New Mexico just legalized it and decriminalized it, and New Mexico is going to have one of the nation-leading equity components for this when it starts in April. And just that's a big economic opportunity that people are now getting and it's and that's why we like to see what's happening here in the community of Moffett.
Right. Well, I mean, the beautiful part about it too is it's something that can sustain. It's a sustainable thing. You know what I mean? If you've done correctly. I mean, it sounds like the guys who were there were not doing it sustainable. I mean, one thing about cannabis growing in general is it can be one of the worst sort of examples. Like people come in, they're cutting electrical wires or tapping into things or causing fires or, there's all sorts of terrible growers out there, 100%. But then there's also people doing it right who have been growing in the same place for years and had no issues because they did their electrical properly and they came at it the right way instead of cutting corners, which is usually the problem because a lot of times there's nobody to answer to, right? You're just like, run the wire across the room sideways. That's not a problem. Don't run it along, the way you're supposed to in the conduit and everything, and then wonder why there's an issue later. But, so did you guys, because what I gather is you guys got a lot of pushback now from the tribe itself as far as growing even hemp yes. or cannabis, right?
Yeah, because there's that policy is already in place, which while everybody else around us legalized, decriminalized, they went the other direction and made it even more, harder for anybody to access, even for medicine that are loved ones who are who have health issues can definitely benefit from this plant. So.
And so you said
jump
Moffett.
Jump
how
in.
about a shout out to Colorado Area 420 too, where you guys are right now, right?
Some of them.
Yeah. Yes.
Hello.
Hey.
Hello. This is Gilbert.
Hey, Gilbert. Gilbert, you have. I want to just tell you something, Gilbert. You have the most amazing effect going on right now between the background and your hair. And your glasses. I am loving it right now. I'm watching it like, wow, it's like you're a cartoon character. Anyway, go ahead. I just want you to
and your lampshade.
Yeah.
I want to say that.
That is amazing.
They have it on Vox. So who's ever speaking comes up and they just saw it.
Our tribal council and the president of the Navajo Nation 20 years ago approved cannabis and hemp. And it went through the tribal council, the protocol, and it was signed by the president of the Navajo Nation to proceed with that. And that is all the reason why we went ahead and allowed so-called hemp to be planted and to be cultivated on our farm. Mm-hmm. And we called this new law Midnight Law, which was imposed on us to ban the plant. And it happened overnight, and that's why we call it Midnight Law.
when all the good laws get made, right around midnight. Usually that's when
Friday midnight law.
Well, they did that with cannabis in the beginning. That was the same way they did it too. They did it at midnight and like on October or something.
Now, all the states around us have legalized it and they decriminalized it, while on the Navajo Nation it's still illegal.
Of course.
Crazy.
And between me and my brother Bill farm, we have around 300 greenhouses.
Oh, it's crazy.
And so when the police, DEA, FBI, sheriff, state police, sheriff, when they
there were a whole
came
lot of them out there.
on our property,
the alphabet boys.
they destroyed the greenhouses by cutting the greenhouses, and they eradicated all the plants and everything that you would need to grow the plant. But the hardware, the greenhouses, they're still good, but it was just a plastic.
Yeah.
They were cut up.
But they felt good doing it. You know that. They felt really good when they were cutting that plastic.
Yeah.
So that's where we're at right now.
Yeah.
We're looking at possibly relocating the greenhouses. Perhaps maybe we can figure out a way to partnership with Area 420. What was it, 420?
Shout out Colorado Area 420.
And find a way to network and still utilize these greenhouses.
How do they pack up well? Can we bring them to Moffett? Can we put them on the backs of trucks? And
can you check them in on Southwest? That's all I need to know. If you can check it
Southwest.
I'll fly it over. No, in general, one thing about greenhouses is like they never seem to pack up as well as they seem to come out. Like when you're setting them up, it's like an IKEA furniture. You set up really well, and then when it's time to break them down, you're like, oh my God, it's so many parts.
It takes time.
Yeah, definitely. No, you need a good team. Well, the thing is, sounds like you have...
Sherelle's one of the farmers. Sherelle.
Yeah. Shoot.
Hey, Sherelle.
Yeah, I'm here.
Welcome to the show.
Thank you.
So you're on site. It sounds like with all the greenhouses.
Yes. We had like 12 greenhouses. Yeah. I just got on. I'm sorry.
It's okay. How long will it take you to disassemble one and get it over to Southwest so it can be shipped to Colorado?
You can do it in one day. It's really easy to take them apart.
How many suitcases do we need to secure to?
Yeah.
No, it's.
There's a lot of greenhouses that we have out here, and they're not being used.
It's crazy, and it's.
And Sherelle can probably speak more about like the intimidation, the harassment from the police and from the groups that were like protesting.
Yeah, we had a group of protesters, Navajo protesters. And actually, one of them is now the vice president of the farm board. And she was on the BBC with a machine gun.
What?
She's coming in hot.
Yeah. Can we get her on the show?
Yeah, they asked her, this farm board vice president, they asked her, did it get that bad? And she kind of hit her little machine gun and said, yes.
Yes.
And every one of us, and what that was all a lie.
Of course.
Because every one of us that were farmers here are elders, and we never fought back, and that's why we had security come down, because these protesters would come from one farm, and then harass us with guns and knives and. Wow. And try to pull our fences down and threaten us. And then after that, after we'd call the cops, they'd go to another farm and they'd do the same thing. They'd holler, and they They had these microphones, and they would go to farm to farm in one night, and we started calling them the Navajo KKKs because they were trying to
intimidate you guys.
Some of the greenhouses, and they were we just couldn't get any help from the police. They were blaming us for it, but we needed help from the police, but they thought we were the harassment, but really it was these protesters that were going from farm to farm nightly.
And what was their main like? What were they protesting? I don't quite get that part.
Yeah, they were saying that it was illegal, and that that these Chinese that were here were it got to a point where people were saying that they were going to I don't know if I should say it, but they were scaring people here on the reservation. These protesters, like this lady who's the farm board president, she was putting fear into our leaders and making them believe that these Chinese were here harassing people, but they were the hardest working people we had, and they were humble and they were kind people. They never harassed anyone. And if you want to look at the police records, it'll show that they never did anything. It was these protesters that sent a couple of these Chinese to the hospital. I mean, they were threatened.
But at this time, was everybody under the assumption that this stuff was still hemp, or was everybody like fully aware at this point that this stuff was not? Because that's kind of weird.
That's one of the problems. None of we've never showed, there was no evidence of what it was. They never came to us, and no one's been charged with anything.
Really?
Absolutely no farmer has been charged with anything.
Well, that's good for that side. You guys should not get charged with anything, of course.
Yeah, there's no records of if it was hemp or if it was marijuana. They've never showed anything to us.
Yeah, but that really, I don't know if that should really be an issue, right? You have a hemp license. You're growing a crop. Come time of testing, you get it tested. If it tests hot, you have to destroy the crop. You don't go to jail.
Yeah.
Where did I miss something? Where did they? Maybe it's the fact that they removed due process from this whole equation, and they don't know how to charge you because you can't be charged because they really just needed to send you a letter to say, oh, by the way, this doesn't qualify. It needs to be destroyed, and they'll send somebody down, or they want to see proof, and that would be the end of it. Nobody should be going to jail.
Nothing like that. No due process at all. We
That's
have not been nothing, and like I said, the FBI came in with machine guns and.
They just love to flex. I mean, the thing is that they get all these toys, they have nowhere to play with them, and then it's like like they came to my mom's farm with a tank, and it was like, are you kidding me right now? Like she's in her bathrobe with fucking coffee in her hand. Like, why are you? It's like that's how stupid it gets.
Accomplish the same thing by driving up in a fucking
70-year-old woman with a coffee, and you send a tank. It's like really a little overstepping it, guys. Kind of.
Yeah, they had one of my friends. She's a grandmother, and they put her in the panel with her grandkids. Oh, yeah. I mean, it was really bad here. You haven't heard a lot about these farmers and what they went through, getting arrested, and actually going to jail here.
Did they drop the charges in the long run, or is it like they're still?
Most of them were dropped when they showed up at the police department. They were already dropped. They had no record of it.
I don't want to make light of the situation, but I just realized something came to mind. If Whitney and Michael have figured out how to move a half a dozen trains to Area 420, logistically speaking, they know how to move 96 greenhouses. So just task Whitney and Michael with that, and they'll move it all down there. You won't have to deal with these fuckers. As soon as you said machine guns and FBI, I'm like, all right, I'm gone. Bye.
Well,
I know. Area 420.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yep.
Set up.
I think.
Yeah, I know there's a lot of people that are very interested in doing that, and these greenhouses need to be put to use.
Yeah.
And people need to make a living.
Well, I mean, some of them should be. I mean, the thing is, I mean, you can grow anything in greenhouses, so it doesn't have to be cannabis or hemp. I mean, I think you guys should definitely utilize some of them for your own use for food crops, just because it seems like, I mean, obviously everybody's always looking at the eye on the prize of cannabis being the big, the big moneymaker, but kind of like just taking care of, like, I think, taking 100 of those greenhouses and making them into food would be immediately beneficial, whereas like the cannabis part, you never really, because you know how it is, the money goes out and it maybe never comes back, and that's the scary part, is like if you're not paying tax, if it's not turning into tax money, which most of it will, it's getting pilfered here and there, or some failure, because people get attracted to that cash. Whereas if it's a bunch of greenhouses with vegetables, they're like, whatever. Like, no one's paying attention to that. So, and they're yours free and clear right now. So, I mean, you guys I would do that right away with 100 of them, because obviously you should utilize them. And I believe you guys should get involved with cannabis and hemp for real, because Navajo, it's like, that's their core. You know what I mean? That to me makes all the sense, and they should benefit from it, and not just from, cause the problem with cannabis in general is people always look at it as from a money point of view, and not from a medicine point of view, or not from a what it really is. Like with hemp, true hemp, like not what people because right now everybody confuses hemp too. They consider anything with CBD, they call that hemp, but CBD is a cannabinoid. And the way you're growing them is not how you grow hemp. If you grow hemp for real, you put about 110,000 plants per acre, not 2,000 plants, you know what I mean? So you have them so close together that there's no weeds are growing. They are, it's like, it's going to produce tonnage per acre of materials, but it's not all the shiny bells and whistles that everyone's looking for the medicine side. But so I think, that would be, to me, the bigger picture would be that the Navajo tribe gets the benefit of definitely not poo-pooing on hemp because a bunch of Chinese guys came in there and ruined it for you. You know what I mean? 'Cause that part's the saddest part to me. Like, they really messed it up. And that's exactly what happened to hemp in general, because, people aren't growing hemp the way it should be grown. It should be grown for fiber and medicine.
That's the point, right? And that's the gray area why I don't think anyone's going to wind up getting in trouble, because at the end of the day, hemp is a single stalk, bushy, single cola grown for paper, fuel, fiber, seed, right? This is low THC cannabis, or high CBD cannabis. It's some bullshit designation or differentiation from a farm bill. Mm-hmm. And so that's ridiculous. And that's why, at the end of the day, they're flexing their muscles. It's a whole bunch of nothing. I don't see any difference here to the stories that I was told, or I was taught back in school, about how the white man just shot buffalo to take the food source away from the Native Americans. So what's the difference? They came and they destroyed your greenhouses here where you can grow your food. It's the same struggle, and we're celebrating Thanksgiving yesterday. That's ridiculous. How hypocritical of us.
I know. Well, we don't do a lot here on the reservation.
Go ahead, Gilbert.
Joseph, we have Anita. I think she's on. I see her. Anita.
She's on mute. Yeah, she got on mute. There you go. Hey, Anita.
Yeah. Hi.
Welcome to the convo.
Mm-hmm.
So you were also a farmer affected by this?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. That's something that's takes you back to what you're talking about. You know, how the buffaloes were used in a manner for not food, but takes you back to how ancestors felt when the raids happened on them as well. And among other Indian nations that fought for farming hemp, what they went through as well, fighting to continue the growth up in the Dakotas.
So White Plume?
Yeah.
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 Remember, yeah.
Just kind of thinking about what they went through, but they fought their way through. I think what I'd like to talk about during this ordeal is just kind of recollect on how the whole idea of the hemp growing happened in our area. I work for community government. I work with a town government, and during a few years ago, I had noticed that there were farmers in my community that were planting hemp, and for a few years, just like what you mentioned, that wasn't it going on in the past. It was. For a few years, I had noticed that local farmers were planting and harvesting in open fields, and there were buyers that came in and cropped the plants and took them and paid these farmers, and no one said nothing then. Not the tribal government didn't say anything. The police didn't say nothing. So it just seemed like it was okay. Years went on, a few years went on, and people started adding on to say, well, I want to be part of that because of what we went through with the King Gold Mine spill in 2015. That was devastating. A lot of farmers along the San Juan have gone through a lot of trauma through some of these
Did the EPA ever
times.
do anything about that? Did you guys ever get any compensation from the EPA on that spill?
Oh, no. We submitted our claim to federal EPA. It was...
Because it seems pretty straightforward. It went straight. I mean, it's not like... there's no question it didn't happen. You know what I mean? It's not like it was such a sudden thing. So it's like, you guys opened up the thing and let it into the water, and now you need to pay for it.
It didn't happen to white people.
No, it was bullshit.
Yeah, it was an EPA disaster. They created that disaster.
Right.
So there were people that submitted their claims to EPA because a lot of our natural farming plants, the corn that we grow for ceremonial purposes and all of our native plants, they were all destroyed. They were halfway through the harvest season when the gold water came down and everything stopped.
Wow.
And so with going back with the hemp, people thought, well, we'll come back. We're going to bounce back. We got to do something in order to get our farms up and going. So when the hemp came in, it suddenly came in. A big old impact came in.
Mm-hmm.
It didn't happen like in
gradually
3 years. Gradually, I mean, I tell you, these greenhouses went up in one season. One season, to my understanding, I saw those greenhouses go up. And I was just so surprised and amazed. And yet, I had a good feeling, in my gut, that had a good feeling. I said, wow, look at this. Something's going on here. Especially when you see, the greenhouses lit up with the fluorescent lights that the plants need to grow.
Yeah.
And in my community, that's what I saw. And I really felt good because it was something that I knew that people were bouncing back from the gold King Mine spill.
Right.
And so I thought, well, I'd like to try that. I'd like to see that on my farm because my farm is sitting idle and there's really not much that is happening. We have problems with our irrigation system. We have a lot of problems with other means of getting water to our farms. And so when I saw what the Chinese growers were doing, they were making sure that those greenhouses were getting water. They were using water tanks. They were using underground water. Everybody's farm was different. Everybody, it wasn't the same.
Yeah.
My farm was the last to kind of start getting into its production. And right when my farm was getting into its production was when the raid happened. That morning, I'm sure everybody at the same time, we were hit about 6:30 in the morning. I woke up, getting ready to go to work, and all of a sudden I received a call. My brother next door says, "Hey, there's some feds over here. What's going on?" I said, "What are you talking about?" So I looked out my window, and sure enough, there was a whole slew of federal agents parked down along my driveway. I just dropped my mouth, and I thought, what the world? So I hurried and put myself together, went next door, went to go check on my brother to see what things were going on. And by the time I walked through the living room door, there was an agent standing behind the door. And he told me to step aside. And I was like, what is going on here? And he's like, don't ask any questions. Turn around, go out the door, go out the back door. And I said, no, I'm not just going to turn around and go out the back door, because I'm one of those that know that he had to have a warrant for me to do what he was asking me to do.
For sure.
And I said, I'm not doing anything until you show me a warrant. He says, it's outside. I said, well, go outside and get it. And he says, well, don't get rough with me, lady,
Don't get
and
rough.
the warrant is outside. And I said, I'm not getting rough. I'm just kind of telling you I have my rights, and I'm defending my rights. And you can't be doing this and coming in and pushing me around with that AK pointed right at me. Put that damn thing down, I told him. I said, put it down. There's no need for that. So I turned around and I said, okay, I'll go outside. I got to go see my family. So I started walking out the door, and he poked me in my back with that armor he had. And I turned around. I said, I told you to put that down. I'm not moving again until you put that damn thing down, because you never know what's going to happen, And so I raised my voice at him. I have a loud voice that you can hear. And I stood my ground. I mean, hey, nobody's going to point something at me and say, go outside in my own home. And so that happened. I went out there, and there was my brother and his family all standing out there. And it was about probably hitting 47 degrees. It was cold that morning. It was kind of little brisky, chilly morning. Everyone was outside with no coats, no shoes, no jacket, nothing. And I thought, what the world? And I went out there and I said, who's in charge of this? And some federal agent lady walked up to me, introduced herself, and said, I'm so-and-so, and we're here to check your homes for any things that may be of illegal activity going on here. I said, what is illegal activity are you talking about? Let me see the warrant. So she sends one of the guys a few cars down the road, and he comes running back with a paper. I looked at it. It didn't even have my name on it. It had another person's name on. And I said, what is this? Well, we'll get yours to you. We'll get yours to you. I
just showing you somebody else's. This is someone else. Yeah, it's like this. It looks like this.
You asked for a warrant. Here's a warrant.
Wow.
Oh, you meant your warrant.
Yeah, oh. It was just so unorganized.
Huh.
And that happened to everybody. And in the end, they searched our homes and look high and low. And I mean, you watch this on TV. You watch it happen, something like this, drug cartels, Mexican mafias, That's how we were treated.
Right.
That the same thing you see on TV happened here in our homes. And it was traumatic. I mean, it just really didn't make sense at all. Eventually, all that passed by, and everybody was treated different. Some were held up in the police panels. Some were told to leave their home for 3-4 days. They couldn't come back because they were being searched. Some of the Navajo farmers were being helpful, opening their gates to allow the DEA to come in, and yet they were forcefully thrown to the ground. An elder man was thrown to the ground. Told them to get down, and just a little. They create all of the
tension and flashbangs and stupid shit
everybody
for
was
no
different.
reason.
Overreacting.
Eventually, we found out that all these agents were not local. They were coming out of Oklahoma. They were coming out of Arkansas.
Right.
They were coming out of Denver. So
that's a classic thing too. They don't want you to know locals and
Yeah, but we
forbid
end
it
up
be your
finding out
friend.
where they were from. Some of them were like, "What are we doing here? This ain't no drug. This ain't no a drug smuggling ring going on here. These are innocent people." And there were some agents that were sympathized. They sympathized like, we were just told to come out and help. We didn't know that it's like this.
Right, they're looking for money and hard drugs and
they look for everything. They ask if we had money on hand, if we had any paper trail, and searched our houses. They didn't find nothing. There was nothing to report. But that's what happened. And in the end, people got traumatized. And it was so sad to find out that there was an elder man in a neighboring farm further down from us, took his own life because he couldn't handle what happened to him.
Oh, that's
he
horrible.
suicided himself.
That's terrible.
And that was just so devastating to hear that this is what our tribal government did to us. This is what our tribal president did to us, with no means of remorseful, standing on the hill, looking out, seeing all this come down. And then to this day, he will not meet with us. He will not talk to us. But they sure were very eager to talk to the protesters, as what Sherelle was talking about. They had meetings with the protesters. They were just getting all this information from the protesters. We were just like the bad people.
And in the end, did they ever go up? I mean, the way it's supposed to work, the farmers are never the ones that are making the money. I mean, the farmers are always the ones getting kicked to the curb. I mean, it's been like that forever, right? It doesn't matter where in what time frame. It's always like the farmer just does all the work, and then the next people take it and make the real money on the whatever they're off the bat. And it doesn't matter if it's cannabis or any crop. Exactly. It's not just one thing. But I mean, technically speaking, did they ever go up the ladder and find get anybody from the group that came in and exploited you guys, or did they just kind of let that roll? They just let it roll, but I really blame that media writer from Santa Fe, Searchlight, that reporter. He came in and just wrote a story like just out of a movie, and just really just added a bunch of negative things. I don't know where he got those pictures from of a Chinese guy standing outside of a shed with an armor, with a machine gun, smoking a cigarette, saying, "This is what's going on in Shiprock on those hemp farms. This is what you're seeing." I thought, wow, why did he display all that? And it's because of his article, everything blew out of proportion. That's my opinion. And he had the audacity to contact us and say, "Oh, is it okay if we interview you again?" I just told him to fuck off. That's right.
Because of him, because of his article, he created all this drama.
Wow.
And he had the nerve to contact us and say, "Oh, I'd like to meet with you guys for the post story." I just gave it to him personally. I don't want to repeat what I said, but that's what I told him. Please do. and I just told him it was because of you all this happened. I hope you're happy. If you really want to get a story, I say you look at what happened to some of those Chinese elders that had no idea. They were just there to work. They were just there to do what they were paid to do through their sponsors.
Right.
And it ended up, it was so chaotic. It was so sad. There were some of us farmers driving up and down the farms, picking up some of these elders and trying to get them to safety. Some of the churches opened their doors, allowed some of the farmers, the Chinese farmers, growers, I call them the Chinese growers, into their churches
could be safe. Did they just abandon them in the end, or because a lot of times they use
No, the tribal police chased all those growers off of the farms.
Oh, right. They're all,
which they had no right to, because we're the ones that have the federal permits on those farms. We're the one that should tell the Chinese growers to leave. But no, they're saying tribal court, there's a complaint, there's nothing, anything. I mean, it just got all chaotic. Nobody knew what they were doing legally. They didn't have no idea what they were doing.
Yeah, because I mean, at the end of the day, I'm sure you guys made a lot. I mean, I'm sure, like you were saying before, really good workers. You know, you guys, I'm sure, created relationships with some of those people. As far as like, you know, this guy's, you know, it could have been such a much better thing for everybody in the long run. Especially if you, like you said, if you were in charge, you could have said, okay, well, we know right away who we don't need around here. We know who might work out. You know what I mean? Could have helped you guys out in the long run. That's for sure.
And just like earlier, you know, just a letter could have been fine. Okay, this is what's happening there. You know, this is some of the policies that with tribal government. This is how you're supposed. We could have accepted a letter from the tribal EPA to tell us that. Please, they failed it.
Yeah.
You know, please comply. But no, they had to come in forcefully. And that's what they did. And it was so sad to this day, you know.
Well, yeah, and there should. I mean, and I think the reason why I think the reason why the advantage was taken by them in the beginning is just because of the fact that they felt they had this security because of the tribal law, and they can get away with that extra layer of security from the feds. Obviously didn't work out very well, but that was the initial intention, I'm sure. Like, you know, oh, okay, well, we're on tribal land, then the feds can't come in, because that's what everybody assumes pretty much, you know, even though it's kind of like it's all federal land anyway, right? Like you're like,
it is federal. It's federal trust land.
And so it's almost like you're like, oh no, we're on the worst land. They can only it's the place they can always come whenever the fuck they want to, because that's what they, you know, that's the
but they have to have reason to come in. But with the hemp, that wasn't reason enough. You know, I think our tribal president.
You know how if you have a vampire and a vampire can't come in your home unless you invite him in, right? So it maybe you were saying that the tribal police weren't getting along with you at all. Did someone invite them in?
No, they would just come in, and we would lock our fences, you know, our gates, and they would just come in and just get those cutters.
Yeah,
those lock cutters, and they would just come in, you know, trespassing. And there's signs on our roads that say no trespassing, but they will come. And it was even to the point where I had an officer call me personally and says, "Oh, I'm just checking to see how you're doing." I mean, who does that after what happened? You know?
Yeah.
I just like, never mind. I don't want to talk to you. So. Things were like some weird stuff was going on. It got a little crazy, you know. Families were afraid. Everything was going on.
Yeah, you can. I mean, on those kind of situations when there's that much growth. I mean, when you start talking hundreds of greenhouses, like I think I saw Mike did the math at like 4.2 million square feet of greenhouse. So if you put that in the wrong person's ear. Again, they just see dollar signs floating around, and it's all money, 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 and they're, you know, people will do crazy things for that, and so it totally sucks that they use hemp as a scapegoat, you know. Always, it's a factor usually.
It is, and that was one of them, because there were families, extended families, because Navajo, we live in an extended family setting.
Yeah,
you know, everybody's got to know your business, kind of thing. And there are families, some of these farmers have families that were not happy with one of their siblings getting into growing and the development that was going on the farms. And they realized that there's money involved, but it wasn't a lot of money involved. You know, there was money to prepare the land. There was money to pay the water irrigation system and all, but families were really not happy. And I think that's where the protesting started coming in.
Gotcha.
Because there was just some unhappy campers that were not part of the project, that were not part of the development. Yeah. And they will not see another family member get up there in doing these developments. And I think that's a major part of it that happened as well. So everything just kind of went crazy.
Yeah, it created definitely a unique situation too, because it's like, I mean, the whole thing about growing cannabis before it was legal or decriminalized or any of that was like just stay as low key as possible. You know what I mean? And then the problem is the minute you put a greenhouse on the side of the road and people can see it, it's like, even to me as a grower, sometimes it's like, whoa, that's pretty dramatic. Like I'm kidding. Like I'm a little bit taken aback sometimes, especially like up in Oregon. Like just taking a drive from the airport to my friend's farm, I think I passed 30 hemp farms that were just like right up to the edge of the road, huge plants growing, and I'm just thinking to myself like, wow, this is a couple of years ago when half those farms failed because they couldn't harvest in time. They just were like, so no, it turned to mold. And, it's just like, you could just see how it was like overgrowth going on. And then to people who don't like it, they just see money. Yeah. They think all that stuff's money. You're like, no, half that stuff turned into compost. That didn't even didn't make anybody any money.
Nobody in Oregon got arrested. They didn't bring the feds in and say, we can cut
they just did.
Cuffs.
They just did the other day with a $500 million worth of cannabis or something like that. Yeah, so it's never ending. Obviously the idea now is to try to move some of the greenhouses. I think also though the key is hopefully maybe people listening to this show or checking out LMC's documentary would be like to find local people closer to you to help. That way you could really see the benefits for you guys locally. So just like, it's like you don't want to take all your eggs and bring them in someone else's basket, which is like, because Colorado is very regulated, right? So you're in the overly regulated place where Area 420 is cool, but at the end of the day, I think for you guys in the long run would be the smart move. The smart way would be to find something close by, just to show, also so that when it becomes, when it starts to gain traction, then I think then the tribe will look better, like look at it a little bit differently and be like, well, we want some of that money, because that's, again, it goes back to the money, right? They see the money happening and no one's getting arrested and no one's getting hurt and the things are actually rolling out. Because if you can do it legally, and then you can show the world what you're doing and there's no problem about it. Whereas if the way those guys were doing it before, it was illegal and you guys didn't know that. It was like you guys were the victims, and then so probably the protests weren't necessarily a bad. They probably were correct in the sense that they were being exploited because it's a bunch of Chinese guys and they're exploiting you guys. So they kind of saw so they weren't necessarily doing a bad thing by doing that, but at the same time, it was not helping. That's what the whole thing about cannabis likes to be relaxed and chill. Like it doesn't need people banging on the gates and checking it out. It doesn't help growth at all. Like it keeps it down usually. But yeah, I think
stress.
Can you still use this space to produce, like you said, like vegetables or flowers?
Of course.
I think that we should just try to make this space incredible and use those greenhouses.
Well, there's a lot of crops. People don't realize like cannabis is one of those like crops that people, again, they all think it's money, but the reality is it's a lot of work for a dwindling amount of money, because it's getting to the point where there's people now growing in Oklahoma $20 pounds, you know what I mean? Like it's gotten so nuts because they're just producing millions of pounds of weed and they have nowhere to say.
It's actually $55 a pound, but who's arguing?
And $300 all day. Yeah, it's.
Can I say something? This is Kathy Manus. Can I say something?
Yeah, Kathy, of course. We got half of you on the screen. But
okay, I'm from the northern part of Mexico, and I was one of the farmers. And I just want to let you know that with all of what you're talking about, I understand. But the bad point to this is that the people that they see this as you're not ever going to see these greenhouses in our area. That's what the government in Shiprock had said. No more greenhouses. That's not going to happen, no matter what it's used for.
Really? Like even the greenhouse, they're even against the idea of a greenhouse.
Wow.
You should see
people.
It's because they have warrant problems, and this is their way around it, so you can't hide it.
So one of the other things is that anytime we go on our property, then the police show up and say you can't be on their property. Any of those equipment that are being moved, that's evidence.
Really?
That's what we were told. Yeah, there's been many.
So you can't use it. You can't use it, but you can't move it. But you can't. I mean,
Yeah.
wow,
You can't do anything
We need Jeff
with
Guard.
I know that's what I was just thinking. Like we gotta like do something. We gotta like go. Like I'm ready.
Where's Jeff Guard when you need him?
Because that doesn't.
So this is the history of Navajo Nation. Okay, so they let things sit so long that until it's destroyed. So now, from what my view is as a person, I look at my farm. You can look at it, go back. And my farm was used, they did a view shop. And it had, I don't know how many. I was told not to go back there. The person that I leased to said, you know what? This is between me and them. You just go ahead and be who you are. Relax. Don't worry about any of this. So my home site lease is separate from the farm. Okay. So during this whole time that was going on, I left them alone. I didn't bother them. I didn't really participate. I had an entrance that went in and out. That was it. So then when all of this stuff was going on, when I kind of knew, because they would come and these protesters and people, they would sit at my front gate. They would drive up to the front gate. Then when I would go up there to the front gate to say, then they would drive off.
Do you think
I'm an old lady? I'm like 66 years old. And I'm like, what is your problem? You want to say something? You want to battle with me? Battle with me.
They didn't want to battle. They wanted to harass.
They were just, and they were straight up.
Just don't understand what you're trying to say or what you're trying to do. If you're trying to threaten me, then let's do it.
Right.
I was so, and I had police officers stand at my gate. I went up there and I would tell them, look, I am not the enemy. I'm not your enemy. I'm the same clan as you are. You are by clan. You're my grandkids, or you're my brother. Mm-hmm. By clan, you're supposed to be helping me. But no, they were surveillancing my house. They would follow me into town to my son's house. True story, the police. And they would watch me go into my son's house, watch me come out.
This is so heartbreaking.
What a waste of energy.
Yeah,
and
shame.
And they accused me of housing Chinese. If I wanted to have guests, that's my business.
Right.
When those feds came in, I didn't know what was going on. I was in mourning.
I'm so sorry that you guys all went through that. I mean, like, I know that.
And at the end of everything that went through, those when that day was over, that DEA, he said to me, "You're a victim." He was a native, and he said, "I understand you're a victim here." And he listened to me. And I told him, before you go, I need to make peace with you. You came into my home. You brought those guns into my home. I use cedar and I pray. And I have my traditional items. I need to make peace with you. You made me sad. You come in here and you ask me, why are you crying? I just lost my daughter.
Oh my God.
Sorry. Sorry to hear that.
So sorry.
2 weeks And I have these papers on the table. My husband, I had lost him in March, and I had these papers on my table, and they were going through it. And those were the papers for my daughter. We went to the funeral home to pay for her. And they were going through all of that. What else do you want to see?
Right.
That's what I told him. I said, I need to make peace with you. And you know what I did to him? I put turquoise on him. I gave him a turquoise necklace. And I told him, this is always going to protect you. You as a Native person, you should know that I am an elder grandma. Mm-hmm. What you did when you came into my home, if I open our hogan up, we have a sweat lodge. Look in there, see.
Right.
If I was housing Chinese, show me where there's a crime. So when you talk about we need to use them as sustainable items, it's not going to happen on the Navajo. All of those water tanks that were given to me, I had one of the Chinese owners, he brought all those water tanks up. There's about 25 of them. They're worth about $500. So me, I didn't sell them. I gave them to my medicine people that I knew were medicine people. I gave it to them. I know where you live. They live where they have to haul water. Mm-hmm. That's what I told them. Whatever's here, you need to use it. You take it with you. I'm not into this for money. You know that irrigation, my mom, my dad, I've been on this farm for 60 years, and it's always been the same, the irrigation. And there was no improvement. One of the newspaper reporters, she asked me, why did you do that? Why did you get into this? And I told her, that's my daughter. My baby. That's what we call each other. That's how we address young people. We don't call them by their name. You go along that canal and you see what's sustainable about that. It's been like that for many years. I said there was a hard-headed man. He cemented our irrigation. I went to the tribe. I went to the chapter house. I told people I need help. My mom needs help. They didn't do nothing about it. That was the least that my mom did, and that's how she was treated. So what you're talking about, I understand that. But, I can tell you, there's these greenhouses, we as Native people, there's life to everything. That's why we say all our relations. Mm-hmm. Those greenhouses, where they're at now on my property, they're not doing what it needs to do. I have 4 of those. They're like gymnasiums. I can't do anything with those. I'm an old lady, and I just don't understand why, all I want to do is get them to a place where they can be used and where they can be productive. And I told those people, the greenhouses that were on my farm, mm-hmm. You should have seen what I went through. Our neighbors actually ran the fence down every time we put it up, every time we put the fence out, they go down in there and they take whatever they want.
Jeez.
Holy moly.
And I can show you pictures. I can show you pictures.
Growing weed is hard enough without people ramming your fences down and protesting you.
And that's the truth. My son was out there. They were trying to clean up, and the police is over here. You can't be on the farm. You can't. That's evidence. And it's like a piece of wood is evidence.
Right. Like they can't come and document everything and then clear it out like they would normally do at any kind of place.
Send a letter.
Yeah.
And so, I understand what you're saying. So that's what my purpose is here, is to say that I just need to get these, I got 4 of those big gymnasium ones, but I also have.
This is like when you go to your friends, it's like selling a car and you're like, it's just been in the garage. It's a little car.
Let's go take a look at it.
Like, it's what?
And so that's my purpose.
All right.
If that's not going to happen, then,
I think
there's no need for me.
I have a feeling the type of people that listen to this show and the combination of knowing where you're at and all that we're going to figure out a combo of either getting it to the right home in the right place and turning it into something. Because again, like you did with the water tanks, that's beautiful because like those are the kind of things that if they can be used for people right away compared to plants down the road, then 100% do that, because that's super important. And it's nice to be able to use, like I just hope you guys can use, like I said earlier, like as much local. It doesn't have to be necessarily on your property, but if you can keep it as tight as possible, it would also help out, just because it's like having it's like giving a dog to a friend. You get to kind of still have the dog because it's your friend's dog, because you get to see him all the time. You know what I mean? So if there's a greenhouse down the road producing, whether it's food or cannabis or whatever it's producing, if it's coming back to you in some way in the long run, it would be nice. I mean, it'd be nice if it was go full circle, but we'll help you get it off. Don't worry.
Sherelle has a beautiful system going. I'm so proud of her. The one that talked earlier.
Yeah.
And I just think that, and that's what I want to see, is I have 15 small greenhouses, and that's what I would like to see. And but there's these big ones that are just, it's scary for me because I don't know who's in those houses if they come.
Right.
Well, I think you found the right forum here, because there are a lot of people listening to this show.
They listen to the show, go, wait a minute, so these people got to move.
They will come.
There's a lot of that going on right now. There's a lot of beard stroking going on right now amongst all the growers.
Who do I call with a truck?
Right now there are at least 500 stoners who just took a hit off a joint who go, I got an idea. I
can help these people.
How do I get in touch with them?
Yeah, no, we'll definitely help you guys out as much as we can.
It's the whole thing with I have never smoked a joint. I have never really had alcohol. My family, my relatives, because of the history that goes down, they say that's in the DNA to become alcoholics. I have never had, I have always been my own sustainable person.
Mm-hmm. That's
we
awesome.
Quit alcohol. We quit drugs in my family. And my children, they have all grown and they have become productive in the community. And my husband was the same way. I never stood there and wanted a handout from the government. I have always given. I have always tried to give back.
Mm-hmm.
I never wanted to say, I want something free. You can ask Anita, only if it's offered to me, I'll take it. But I'm not that kind of a person. My father was a code talker. He went across enemy lines. He got a Purple Heart. Wow. He got wounded. He was in Iwo Jima. I have papers to show.
That's impressive.
And I'll be damned if somebody's going to take my farm away.
Right.
And I'm so embarrassed of what has happened.
Don't be embarrassed. You don't have to be embarrassed.
Well, you guys
are
have
the victim.
You guys are all victims in this situation. 100%. 100%.
I'm sorry for what mess I have made here.
You didn't make the
I
mess.
think they should be ashamed of themselves
Yes.
for how they treated you, for what you went through. You're such a strong woman.
No.
And people to even have got...
You're a survivor.
So sad.
And your community,
we're gonna help you out.
And our community will come together.
Yes.
And it's not only me, it's the 33 farmers.
Exactly. No, exactly.
You know, I still have anxiety. I have PTSD. And I just like, when I see the police coming, I start shaking.
Oh, yeah.
And I look at my gate, my family, they have a hard time coming to visit me. I don't have anyone to come by. Because you know what? I had to keep my gate locked all the time.
Yeah, I mean,
so but that's all I wanted to say. You know, all your ideas and everything, it's you know, for me, it's not about making money. It's about getting these items to where it needs to be productive.
Sure. It's only good when it's in the right spot. That's like, you know, all the... There's so many, from a grower's point of view, there's so many times you see like just the broken dreams of a grower when you go to their place and you see all these like lights and old equipment on the side. It's like, it ain't doing anybody any good. Get that stuff down the road to somebody else, because it's always nice when it does that. And like I said, we'll help you guys all we can on that.
Thank you, Adam. And I think there's a lot of like on the education side, there's a lot to learn about the industry. There's a lot of business potential that we're seeing already in Colorado. And as New Mexico, you know, gets into the game in April, I think it'll be a lot of good work, you know.
I mean, the reality is if you guys can disassemble those things and have them like, and know that you're easily to reassemble them, because that's like the kind of thing, it's like, here you go. Yeah. Like, now what? But if you can do that, I mean, especially the fact that it's just going legal and just happening, the motions, I mean, everything is in motion in the right direction for you guys. It's not like the opposite where we're like, yeah, we just made this stuff illegal. Now you're stuck with 300 greenhouses with nowhere to go, you know? So I think we can help you, hopefully, like a combo of, you know, it's, you have so many units that it's like, there's not probably going to be one place that's going to take them all anyway. You're going to end up with a whole patchwork of different people, which is great. You know, it's like, Spread the love. Spread the love. Oh, you heard that? It was like a duet. That was our first duet. Me and Dave have it every so often.
Sorry, Dave. I wanted to say is that a lot of the greenhouses that left my farm, it was the people that put them up, and I told them I don't see anything, so they took them down and they moved them out. I said, you know, the back farm, the gate's open. You guys take care of it. I don't see nothing. So that's how they moved a lot of those. They took them down themselves. So that's my vision. My dream is to do what you're saying, is to be able to grow tomatoes like Sherelle, to grow green chili, to grow native tea. To grow those bush berries that we make our own traditional pudding with. That's what I have a vision for. And for them to be saying what they say to me, you know, go ahead, say it. I'm all, you know, I'm on that side of the wedding basket. I'm in that where it's time for me to move on, but I'm going to leave something for my kids. And thank you very much for listening to me. And you guys you be blessed.
Well, thank you.
And we'll say prayers for you too. You're right here in one of the 4 sacred mountains. We made a trip and a journey to make our offerings to this mountain here. It protects us. It's our heart, it's our dream, it's our love. They might have tried to assimilate us, but they didn't take our prayers and our songs away from us. Those are one things they can't do. So I just want to say that bless you for your hard work and how you're going to do and make things happen for people.
Oh, thank you.
All relations.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kathy. I also want to do a shout out to my brother Eugene Hernandez, who's holding it down in Pueblo, Colorado, in the renewable energy industry over there. Then also D. Martin. He's definitely
D. Martin. The D. Martin. Really? Oh man, that's a tough name to have, D. Martin. You're gonna end up. No one's ever gonna.
Sorry, we couldn't tell jokes for the past 35 minutes, so we had to get one or two.
Yeah, we've been holding back. So,
thank you guys so much for coming on, and thanks for finally finding Area 420 because that is the safe.
So I was actually it was funny because I was talking to Mike when he was talking to you, and he's like, "There's 33 tribal members sitting around watching the video right now," and I was just thinking in my head like, "Oh my god!" Like they're all like watching, like because I know it was. And then right after it, he's like, "No, they loved it. They thought they're coming up next week." I'm like, "Oh my god, really? Okay, good. We did good." But who saw the video first? You, I assume. I assume you were popping around.
Yeah.
And did you already have LMC as in your thing, or you just happened to see it pop up on your feed?
I just happened to see it. But the industry I'm really familiar with because I'm from Pueblo, Colorado, and I've just seen the true economic benefits of it, and that's what I really loved about this documentary.
Oh, right. Cool. Yeah. So you already knew the lay of the land, actually, where it was and how it works in conjunction. Plus, you guys are not far. I mean, like comparatively, even to Pueblo, I think you might even be closer. I'm not sure exactly where you guys are in New Mexico, but like it's pretty much right out the gate of when you come out of the Alamosa there, you're almost there. It's like, so yeah. Cool. So, well, I'm glad we got you guys all in. And is there any particular websites or anything like that people can check out for after?
Not really. Unless these, I'm pretty sure there's definitely our tribe's big. If anybody from the Navajo Nation's in the industry, I think as New Mexico legalizes it, more and more tribal members will be involved. But as far as now, I think come to Shiprock and come to our farms, and you'll definitely. That's probably the best way to meet us.
I have to thank Navajo Nation also for. I did a peyote ceremony about 4 years ago, and didn't go in with any. Like I went in as a group with with one of our sponsors who actually hit us up just a minute ago and said he is 100% behind you guys, and we're going to work something out with that. But anyway, we went to do a ceremony to protect cannabis from corporate greed. That was our intentions, right? So we didn't really have like personal intentions. We went in as a group, and so they were all like, "Really? That's what you guys?" Because usually it's like, help my mom, or it's something a little more personal. So they were like, "Okay, cannabis. I like this." Had a really cool ceremony, and in the middle of it, being told by the council, it wasn't to me, it was to one of the other guys, that you can't really ride the line of alcohol and cannabis if you really want to be a cannabis person, right? He's like, if you want to be a cannabis person, be a cannabis person. You can't be alcohol. And the thing is, at that moment, I realized, you know what? I think I'm going to quit drinking for a month or something stupid. And then it became 6 months, and then it became, oh, well, forget about it. I'm done with this stuff. And so by the end of that ceremony, I was done, and it was really, really cool because, like I said, no intention, just happened. And it was like so beneficial because in the end, I told everybody, I was like, now that's the way to quit alcohol. You go do a peyote ceremony, you get it all done in one time. You're like, wow, that was easy compared to AA meetings and all that bullshit, So I was just like, it was interesting. So that really, I thank you guys for that. That's still to this day. Yeah.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah, thanks.
And we'll see you in a few weeks at Area 420.
Yeah, we'll see. Sounds like we're going to be seeing each other soon enough.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks, Gilbert.
dog.
Thank you, guys.
Your hair was amazing. I have to say.
All right, guys.
Thanks, Matt.
Thanks, Strap.
Thanks, Anita.
Thank you.
Everybody.
Great
was
job,
so
guys.
incredible.
It was.
Yeah. Maybe it's time this.
And like I said, we're going to help you guys out as much as we can. So.
Yeah. And remember, there's also the Last Prisoner Project out there for all of the people that are still incarcerated as we benefit from this plant right now. And we talk about it and we use it, and our tribal friends are getting harassed for it. But there are people in jail right now serving long sentences. So let's all do our part and look at the Last Prisoner Project and making sure we're voting for people who are going to be changing the laws for the better.
Yes.
We got to give away an Illuminar lamp still.
And we still got to give away a light.
Yeah.
Thanks,
Thank
Anita.
you, Anita.
We'll see you soon, hopefully.
I almost made a joke when she was talking, when she was telling that beautiful story, very touching, that, you know what? I bet you Illuminar would want to participate in getting one of those greenhouses back up and knowing that in some capacity
Look at you, always thinking, Dave. Always thinking. It's definitely going to get the. It's definitely going to get the gears rolling now after the show, where we can come up with 100 ways.
Hey, look.
What?
It's MTI.
I know. Look at him all on the thing. Yes, Tony Baloney, you do remember me drinking beers, but it was with Mitch, and Mitch was a long time ago. Mitch, he's been here 3 years, so and it was before that. So there you
when
go.
I first came to on the show, you and me had a beer together. When I came first to talk to you about being on the show.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah, those days are over.
That was with Fat Adam.
I used to have beers on my shoulder by the end of the day. I'd be so
I
drunk.
looked at some of those old videos. You probably lost
my whole
20
thing was
pounds.
I had the whole deal where I'd turn the beer, like start the beer here, turn the beer, 3 beer, 4 beer. By the 5th beer, it was up on my shoulder, and I'd be drinking it backwards.
Just cuddling
like a
with
pirate,
it.
like a pirate, like going like, I was like, people would be like, wow, you already got a beer on your shoulder? I was like, yeah, it's beer on the shoulder kind of time. So, I know.
Hey, can the chat guy get ready? Should anyone have any problems, can we support by a community that we just talked about? Because we're going to be asking somebody a very important question in a few minutes.
Who's that? What are you talking about?
They're going to need to know the word of the month.
Oh, yeah, word of the month. Anybody listen to the show?
So let's not, I don't want to go through that thing again. There was the first time in history.
Figure it out. Don't be lame.
Yeah.
Don't make us wait around.
Shut the fuck up. Let's keep going.
Yeah.
What?
Mark.
We have to do shout outs anyway first. We can't just go straight to the game.
I know, dude.
Yeah, I know. I'm just getting them ready.
Okay.
I don't want to wind up.
So, and anybody, okay, so if you're anywhere within the vicinity of the Four Corners there, and you got the right situation for the guests that we just had, like you're like, wait a minute, I know that.
I have big trucks.
I know. What is space, things, opportunities, especially if it's a way to continue it. Like I think anybody who bring that greenhouse, and then we will pay you for the greenhouse, and we will do this, and we will give you whatever on top. Like there's a million ways that this can work in the long term for everybody.
A basil grower in Texas.
Oh, that's true too. He might be able to do something with them things too.
Even with the circumstances, can we protest? Can we protest for weed in that area? Could we go there as aggressive?
It's already legal. No, well, the thing is, it's legal in the rest.
It's legal
of
for white people. It's not legal for Native Americans down there, obviously.
But it's some bullshit. I mean,
that's pretty much why I'm here, right?
Yeah, you just have to set it up for right off the reservation and make all the money, and then bring it right
Put a
back.
big sign on it, not on the reservation.
Yeah, we're like 10 feet off. The opposite of what you came to. Normally, you'd think, wait.
Right.
That was a 10-pointer.
Anyways. Look at MTI.
J-Lo's cut up. You got it cut up. All right. MTI dabbing.
Wow, everybody's loosey-goosey all of a sudden.
Who's first tonight?
Who's on first?
Medically correct. Holy moly. But you know what? I'm going to ignore everything about medically correct except for those Nové gummies. So good. Oh my gosh.
They were great. They were great.
I'm spoiled. It's a perfect gummy.
Yeah. I think it was delicious.
Yeah.
Wait, come on. 10 point?
I think
How many stars?
How many points?
5 stars?
I would say that's a 10-pointer.
A 10-pointer,
That's
okay.
definitely a 10-pointer.
10-pointer.
Oh, you want to talk about magic in the bottle?
You have to go try these gummies.
Where's that from?
Magic in a bottle.
Huh?
It's Mitch.
You cut up Mitch?
Wow.
Mitch is back?
Mitch is back, dude.
Oh, see, guys?
And it's a good hash crossover.
That's all we needed. It's way easier because he wouldn't even talk about weed nowadays. So this is like all, yeah, he's beyond that.
I know how to say it. I just don't know how to spell it. That's what
I mean, I think I had my first conversation with him like 12 years ago. Really, right 12? When he came. Yeah.
I think after a year of doing that, he would be good at it. It's a good.
Yeah, when he came to town, he sounds the same way. Anyway, Incredibles edibles, Nové luxury chocolates, quick effect extracts.
You need a couple kids. You need a couple kids going nuts too.
Clear Creek extracts. Go to True Pure.
I'm sure you can find those. Those aren't hard to find.
No, never.
Every episode, there'd be like, he goes, yeah.
Go to truepura.com, enter Dunn deal at checkout. You're going to get 20% off your order. The pain cream, I threw my back out the other day. I was showing off for the kids. There was funk on, and I was baking, and I thought I would dance for a second, and that was all it took. And I put the cream on. It felt a lot better. So just go to truepura.com.
All I caught was he put cream on and it was better. That's like I wasn't paying attention to nothing. And then I was
he said the funk came on and he broke his back.
Yeah. Vinny will have that cut up and used by the end of the show.
We had a good one last. What happened to the one last? We had a really good one last week. That was like just hanging there like a softball.
Did I say it?
Yeah, of course.
Of course you did.
What was the last week? Do we have any fresh new drops from last week, Vinny?
Yeah.
I knew
he's getting there.
White Flaky Love?
No, that's old.
No?
Greenfarmsmed.com.
Greenfarms.
Speaking of old, how about that soil?
Yeah. 5 years.
What are you doing here?
5 years. What was that?
That was Greece.
I knew someone I could get a tank from.
Thank you. So go to Green Farms Med. You got to have a medical card. They're in Colorado Springs. It's a medical dispensary. They're completely organic. It's amazing flour, rosin, concentrates. He makes pens now that are white, like clear. Like, yeah, not white, but like clear. You see the actual white cartridge through it. They are fire. Absolutely fire. He's taking
the ones that... Which one about the pens?
They come in the same white moose bag, and they're 510 thread vapor cartridges.
Yes.
You got the pen.
Fire.
They're good.
Absolutely fire.
I know. I even called him up to tell him they were good.
You did?
That's how much I care.
Adam picked
How
up
many
the phone.
points?
So good job.
They were like about a 9 or something, 8 or 9. The thing is, they were unique and they didn't burn, which some of this shit just burns my nose. Like if they put distillate in there, so this was all live. It was all that live. What was it called again? I don't know, something weird. It was like something
Xenon. I don't even know what that does.
Xenon. That was the dumbest thing. Anyway, go to Green Farms Med. You can get Incredibles edibles there. So if you ask for the Dunn deal, you'll get a discount off of edibles, concentrates, flour, anything in his menu.
And bigamous, hogamous, men are polygamous, pogamous, higamous, women monogamous.
And
that was good. Yeah,
ask for the Dunn deal.
I remember that.
Who's next?
That's a good.
BuildASoil.com.
Hey, you sound perfect.
BuildASoil.com. 855-877-SOIL. Free shipping in Colorado and New Mexico on any order over $500.
Look at you.
That's about all I know. Go.
Yeah.
That's all you know.
Can't get Avid there.
No.
Oh,
they don't have
J.Lo.
Avid. They don't have it. J.Lo doesn't shop there. J.Lo doesn't shop
J.Lo
there.
section.
No. Where's the Avid row? She's like,
Get out.
like, where's the Avid at?
You guys have natural Avid?
Oh my god.
Eddie.
No, they have the best for your IPM program, so you don't have to use Avid.
I bet they got a lot of bugs. Beneficial bugs.
Oh, dropping it.
Mic drop.
See, it's all about that. See that? About the pause. See how that worked?
Pregnant pause.
How pauses work. See how those pauses work?
Yeah.
But yeah, they have the best in inputs. You can get Miles ferments there.
I didn't want to sound stupid and say it.
10% off entire store. Black Friday sale live until December 3rd.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's pretty good.
That is a good.
Better get on there
That's
now.
really good because I think the Dunn deal's 7.
Yeah,
right?
so it's 5 times higher. Or it's
27 million% more.
Yeah, great. Thanks for making us look bad.
Yeah, thanks, Mark.
MTI.
Hey, I'm just telling it's a good time to get in.
7% though.
Get in where you fit in.
Situation,
you know what I'm saying?
7 whole percent in a row.
Let's get going.
All days.
Wait, Mark's
Every
got to go.
day.
Where's Mark got to go?
I don't got to go anywhere.
He's DJing.
No, I DJ'd this morning.
No timer today.
Who DJs in the morning?
I do.
Yeah, who does that?
Nobody DJs in the morning.
I DJ'd in the morning twice this year.
What was it, for like a book
How
club?
tired are you?
I'm very tired.
How tired
How
are
about you
you?
guys just
Very.
do your job?
Look
and
at
then I'll
that.
do my job.
Right when we're getting tired.
Yeah, exactly.
Earthship packaging.
I have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. I just.
All right, we're doing buildasoil.com right now.
Build soil.
Buildasoil.com, 855-877-SOIL.
No, I gotta flip it. Show her what's going on. She's messing it up. Fight it.
That's pretty much why I'm here, right?
All right, who's next, Mark?
Mess the other side up.
All right, I'm in.
This is great.
Oh.
she's
nowhere near as much weed as you
Vinny.
love.
obviously not.
All right, amen.
You're in. You're locked in. You're locked in.
Meredith,
As promised.
Wow, not loud enough for once.
when you go to Ozo Coffee, you can't ask for the Dunn deal in the store. What you have to do is go to the website, enter Dunn deal at checkout. You're going to get 20% off.
10%
your
off.
coffee order.
Oh, look at that.
No.
Rosin does.
Oh,
He's got a
Rosin's-
special. That's a special at Hippo Hydro.
Sweet.
Hippo Hydro special.
Wait, Rosin. What are you going to call it?
dogs.
You have to
I'm gonna
ask
hit
for the
you up
J-Lo
on that.
deal.
Oh yeah, the J-Lo special.
Yeah, you need the J-Lo special.
Oh, no done
Yeah.
deals.
10% off
Now we're
advertising.
talking.
Done low. Done low.
So I got to tell you.
Done low.
Dunn low.
Oh. There you go.
Ozo Coffee is the coffee for the cannabis connoisseur. Because if you appreciate fine cannabis, like single strain origins that go back to like the land races, this is Ozo. They buy the beans green from local farmers all across the globe, shipped to Boulder. They roast it. It's fire, fire, fire.
Could I get you a cup of coffee?
Yes.
That would be nice.
Yeah. I've had a bunch of people reach out to me. You can't ask for the Dunn deal in the store. You got to do it online.
Just do it.
Yeah.
Just do it. No, the more people that do it, the better. Because at a certain point, they're just going to give up.
I do it every month.
You have to just work them down slowly. They're like, "Fuck, can we just give these guys a Dunn
Well,
deal?"
can everybody
You can't
just
say no. You
listen?
can't only say no so many times, and then at a certain point, it's like,
I'm going to put out a plea right now because I have to make one of those uncomfortable calls next week because our little family here is growing a little bit more, and I have to increase. I have to ask for more. I have trouble asking for things like
he
this.
does not.
So
if you have anything you want to give away, or you want someone else to give away for you, just put Dave,
go buy
near
some
it.
coffee
Yeah, put Dave
from
near it.
Ozo Coffee. Rosin, buy 2. It's Christmas time. It's Hanukkah time.
No, I bought some other coffee because I
I'm
had
getting
to,
coffee.
and it was so lame.
Yeah,
I know.
It's the
Me
worst.
too.
I even looked like I was like
I do it.
looking hard, and then there's that one. The only one that kind of comes close as far as the style is that Stumptown shit, and it's $13.50 for like 10 ounces or some bullshit. You're like, all right, you're killing me on both sides here. It's more expensive and you get less.
Ozo
That's
stands
not-
grams
alone.
of gold for
Yeah, they really do.
$40. I'll sell
Stands
like
alone.
0.5ers.
Okay.
I'm a believer.
Yeah. So
No, yeah, it's good.
everyone, please, this is the push this week. Everybody buy some coffee for a gift for their family, a gift for themselves, gift for the Navajo Nation. Come on, everybody out there, buy some coffee.
Yeah.
Next.
Look at you. Oh, yeah. They got a nice new site. Look at them.
That does look really nice.
They're killing. They still haven't taken our recommendation because I'm not seeing it.
What?
There's no Buffet on there.
No, it's coming for you. They're gonna put your face on it. Just like the
If
it's
I
gonna
get a
be.
nickel for everyone sold, they can put my
They're like-
face on the suppository.
Yeah,
That's fine.
It's gonna be right on
No
the.
problem. I'm confident.
They're gonna have that on the outside of the package and on the very tip.
Just on the tip.
They have suck it, lick it, chew it, vape it.
Yeah.
Is it coffee it?
Oh,
No.
shit.
Just coffee.
No, just coffee. And
They could have come up with something a little more creative on that.
Subliminal
Cough it.
messages,
yeah, cough it.
Done.
I want to do whippets.
Caffeine it.
Yeah.
No whippets there. Full spectrum oil, as you can see from their
It
site.
is good.
Packaging.
Really hard to open.
Oh, no.
Yeah. Well, hold on. That was the old packaging.
Like chainsaw required.
The old packaging, not the new packaging, is they've changed it.
Okay.
You can get into it.
I just had the one on it.
It was tough. It would no. I will admit it's really not smart to be sitting on a plane where they've taken everything sharp from you, and you want this 50 milligram, but you can't fucking get it open.
Yeah, you rip your teeth out.
Yeah. No, I didn't try. I had to push anyway. Canyon Cultivation, Canyon THC is found in Denver and in California. You can follow them on Instagram. Go to Canyon Cultivation and Canyon Cali. And buy their products. Ask for the Dunn deal. They don't have one yet.
And they won't give you one.
Know
Ask for the Dunn deal. You'll get nothing.
Listen, I've been trying for
It's the new policy. You'll get nothing and you'll like it. Perfect. Done deal.
Green Bros.
Done deal.
So
holiday special.
I'm going to just tell you about
5,000
this company.
off.
We're going to be giving away almost a $10,000 trimmer. We're going to have to auction it or raffle it, but trust me, we're giving it.
We're going to do something a little more creative than Dave's lame ideas of what was the last one he did? Like, what's Mark's
I'm not giving away
girlfriend's
his
name or something like that.
What?
It was so bad. It was embarrassing.
I'm never embarrassed.
Yeah, he's dumb.
I'm not
Wasn't
embarrassed.
it embarrassing?
Whoa! Oh, he's got that on speed dial.
Oh, yeah.
One more time, Mark.
Fuck you, Dave.
And again.
Fuck you, Dave.
See, it's
One
ready.
more.
No, it's
Fuck you, Dave.
Yeah, exactly.
So one of the things I learned about Green Bros when I was in their factory is that they know how to partner with quality companies outside their sphere, because sitting right next to their tumbler was a pure pressure rosin press. So those guys are fire. They know what they're doing. It's all made here in the U.S. in Las Vegas. They stand by all their products. Nothing is cheap there. They do what they say they're going to do. And I'll actually have I spoke to their marketing guy. We'll have a little script, and we'll actually know what I'm talking about instead of just bullshit.
That is not going to work.
No, I'm going to try it.
He said script.
Yeah. See if anyone notices.
Forget about it. That's not going to work at all.
Go to greenbros.com with a Z or at greenbros on Instagram and give them a follow. If you enter Dunn Deal in the promo code on their website, you get 5% off your order.
It's funny because I opened up, I had the small one from the tabletop, whatever it is, and I opened it up and it was like, there's just a motor, there ain't nothing else. It's just like literally the most boring. Like you open it up and you're like, okay, that's it. There ain't nothing to see here. There's nothing. It is like literally the most simple thing ever. That's why it probably lasts forever. Obviously, in that little thing on the right, this is a newer version of it. The old one was even
greenbros.com.
But it was good stuff. Probably still works. Uh-oh.
Go, Mark. This is all
Bonnie.
you,
Rosin Dogs.
Apothecary Farms.
Rosin Dogs wins.
Get all the black with the gold stamp.
They are having a Black Friday sale right now too, so like you can definitely go get some good deals over there right now. We got some good flavors this time around. I got some honey banana batter.
Honey banana
punch.
What'd you get? I got the wedding cake.
We each got a wedding cake and a purple punch.
There you go.
Did we?
That's what you. So delicious.
There you go. And if you go in there and ask for the Dunn deal, you can get a $25 gram of ambrosia and infused joint.
At any of their 3 locations in Denver, Pueblo, and Colorado Springs.
That's right.
It is fire extracts, and you know why I know they're fire extracts? Because the people at 14er trust them to process their flower into concentrate, and they don't trust really anybody. Oh my goodness!
That guy has really fun events.
Of their
all the apothecary events are awesome. I mean, he has had a really cool one in Pueblo last week for their
Did you DJ
anniversary? No, I was not. I did not. No,
I can't.
All right,
you guys, their float trip would be a great opportunity to put on those Speedos.
Oh, nice!
Finally.
So throw in Earthship Packaging here, Mark. So
it's funny because
nice. Meredith from Earthship Packaging just scored a ton of inventory.
Mostly Speedos.
Speedos.
Nobody wanted because they were like Speedos.
Yes, bitch.
Tell me you didn't eat that cock meat sandwich.
Numb nuts.
Speaking of Speedos, numb nuts. There you go. That's perfect. That would be a good promo for them.
No collab.
No, they need Speedos with numb nut logo right on the sack. That'd be perfect.
Yes.
See,
Nobody wants that.
Now this is how the marketing team
Wants
works.
numb nuts by their package.
I want to see you guys.
Hell yeah, you do. Hell yeah, you do.
I don't know about that. Go to numb nuts.
I think it's genius.
Numb nuts.
I would retire after that one. I'd be like, all right, guys, you guys make it happen. I'm going to the golf now.
This happens to be a sponsor that does watch the show. So hello, Adam.
Shout out to Adam.
They got non-infused, CBD infused, and THC.
They've already changed their entire company based on this show. They used to do nuts, and I said, the nuts aren't really the thing.
I like the nuts.
It's all about the fucking peanut butter. And now look at them. Yes. Peanut butter. That's all they care about nuts, now.
Their infused peanut butter. Holy fucking shit. And I'm not even going to tell you what they have coming out, but it's even better.
Nutella.
Injectable peanut butter.
What do you know?
Intravenous
I
peanut
don't know
butter.
anything. I'm just putting that out into the universe in hopes.
Well, we give them ideas. So Adam, Nutella.
Rosin dogs, what are you trying to do? You're giving us 99 cents of a thinking face? What's that? What does it mean? It's funny that they don't show us the thing here.
They do on whatever other chat channel they're on, making the donation, but we have it all. We have like the merge of all of them.
Oh, yeah, you don't see the cool ones.
But it's just crazy because Uncut Bush always has hippo character, right? Is this a response, the thinking face? Is that
is that why you guys always just say it?
Yes.
Oh, that's funny. Because I'm like, why are you guys always like describing it? It's all weird.
He waves his hand in front of his neck with an awkward look on his face.
Yeah,
to
I can see
signal
it over here.
that the player is done. It's like definitely Chinese guy did that for sure.
Yeah.
Okay, now make a description of this real quick. Oh, hippo character waves Chinese hand in.
Awkward. He went like this.
Yeah.
Nuts. No, all right.
Did you just make that?
He did.
That's a good one.
Just now?
Yeah.
So Numb Nuts is available.
Good job.
That was a good one.
That's
in a whole bunch of medical
With some
dispensaries.
Speedos, we're good to go.
Don't get any Numb Nuts on your Speedos.
Speedos are inspiring.
Yeah.
You got to get that THC peanut butter.
Finally decided to
Ideas here.
Yeah. No, because the best part is if you do it with the Numb Nuts colors, everyone's going to think it's cookies. And they're going to go like, are those cookies?
There could be a little
Speedos?
pocket.
And you'll be like, yep. And you can just say yes. Every time I ask you, that's part of the deal.
There's
You
an
have to say
option
yes.
for a pocket, for a pad. It could be like where you keep the peanut butter to keep it warm. You know, who doesn't like warm, gooey peanut butter?
Speedo.
Oh yeah, warm peanut butter Speedos. That's a winner.
Oh wait, no, it's like those packets.
That's a shareable
Oh,
bucket.
the packets, little Justin's packets. Justin's package.
That's a good date night.
Justin's package.
Valentine's Day marketing coming up.
I'm telling you, marketing's my thing.
Oh, rosin.
Especially when it comes to peanut butter. Anything with peanut butter, I'm pretty much.
We didn't need to know that, rosin.
You're killing it over
Put your
here.
Speedo away. Rosin has a Speedo.
Numb Nuts.
Pausing the show.
Numb Nuts. Adam Weiss.
I heard about this drug. I said, let me take it. And
Terps is greater than THC is nowhere more evident than at 14er.
That's a new slogan, though.
It's everywhere now.
That's their new slogan?
Yeah, I think so.
It's not, we abuse cannabis. That would be, that's what I would have done for the slogan. Is
We abuse cannabis.
We are cannabis abusers.
For this hole right here.
Yeah.
This thing right
For
here.
all you loyal
If they're
fans,
listening,
you
if
get
they're
the joke.
listening right now,
And we
they'll
don't like the
understand.
bouncing buds.
They'll understand.
They know. I told them.
I made Numb
That
Nuts
one.
what it is today. So if you want to be more like Numb Nuts, blowing
the
up
bouncing
through the
buds.
stratosphere, you got to stop beating up buds. Yeah, just stop. Just
No more
spinning is
bouncing
good.
buds.
Spinning's
The
great.
spinning's.
Great. Spinning.
I
fine.
think the rosin thing was even cooler than.
I am smoking Cocamero Gelati.
Sure you are.
Oh, it's really good. I did. It's really good. What do you got? You have wedding cake.
I got wedding cake.
I got the
Flowers
Duraflame.
amazing.
Pie cake.
Soon you will be able to ask for the done deal. In fact, if you go down there right now and say you want the done deal, they'll give you like lighters, little swag packs of papers that have tips and stuff like that. All the stuff they would normally charge for.
Smart. They got Numb Nuts.
I
Oh, that's not good. That they need to get rid of too.
The rosin dildo.
I like stopping on that thing. That's my favorite thing.
It's pretty much for a rosin dog.
Of course, it's your favorite.
It's the rosin raw dog. We call that one.
That's the rosin raw dog.
Okay, 14 or bolder. We love
put in the freezer for rest results.
Fish at, well, let's give away some fish.
Hey, don't give away nothing until you've actually got Cheddar Bob his fucking.
Did you send it? I didn't see the email from you, Cheddar, with your info.
Cheddar Bob needs his Fish Head Farms fish shit. Yeah, he's not even in the. I don't even see him in the chat.
Cheddar, send me your. Send an email.
Uh-oh, we found our weakness.
And people, did you see the photo?
I can't get him into the Speedo.
You see it?
I see that. I see that.
We're
I'm
close.
jealous.
Both of us are close. We're working it.
Oh my gosh.
You can
That's
win.
where I came back to.
You can win some fish shit.
Sounds like her Speedos are like a new and improved diaper, though. If you have a little pad thing in the front,
I feel
so
like
it's
you're
basically
the
just like.
I feel like you're their. You're gonna be their
Adam Dunn
influencer.
in a Speedo. All right.
Well, at least I know the.
Don't think so myself, but
So
go to fishheadfarms.com or at fishshit on Instagram. You can enter.
Yes,
Done
Cheddar
deal.
Bob, we will get you your shit.
You get 25%
He's not even
off
there.
your order.
I'm just saying it to him when he does show up.
When you eventually hear
Sorry.
this.
Someday when you listen back. He's not here today.
He'll be here.
He doesn't care about us. Cheddar
Forgot it was
Bob
Friday.
lost all faith. Because I think last time wasn't he part of the, they were claiming they were going to go to Future Cannabis Project. During the show. They were like about to leave.
Right.
And then I think we train wrecked enough that they kind of hung out for a little bit longer. I think
He's on another channel tonight, dude.
Fuck.
I know. He's cruising.
No fish shit for you,
Cheddar
Cheddar.
Bob.
Cruising another channel tonight, bro.
Tell him he's missing out.
Dang.
Tony,
Dang.
hit him up and tell him he missed out. I talked about him all night long. He goes back and listens to this show.
They're talking about you in the Adam Dunn show, man.
Yeah, while you're over there
You're famous,
gallivanting
bro.
with those guys that don't care about you, I was here championing you. Championing.
It's our biggest done deal.
What is
Fish
that?
Head
25%?
Farms. 25% off.
Fishheadfarms.com.
Goes a long way.
That's it.
Fuck you, Dave.
Okay,
Yes,
so
got
Micro's
one in.
still waiting for. All right, Micro, send me the fucking address again for the 10th time.
Jeez Louise.
It's like my passwords for my Apple bullshit. Like I've changed it so many times because Nick will be like looking over my shoulder and I have to change it again. I'll be like, yeah, I got change it again, and then totally forget the next day, and it's pretty bad.
This is the greatest combat product you should have in your stoner arsenal. It's called a Terp Wipe. Cleans up even Adam's goopy stuff that he gets in his area there.
It was perfect.
Cleans everything. Go to terpwipes.com.
Don't clip that, please.
Go to terpwipes.com/donedeal. There is no promo code to enter. You just go to terpwipes.com/donedeal, and the promo is the discount is calculated. You'll get, is it 10% off or 15% off? It's a discount. Get the subscriptions.
You're just locked in it for life, basically. At that point, you're going to get Terp Wipes nonstop.
You should have them
every other day. You'll be like, I don't need
once
any more.
a month.
No, they don't.
You'll get a box of them. Thank you, guys.
Weirdly enough, though, if you get, I don't have a true subscription. I have a Dave drops them off whenever he gets some kind of subscription. But
no, he sends me a box. I bring him into you.
I know, but somehow I'm down to the final one, and it's there. It's like magic.
They are really.
There you go. That's what I like to hear.
I learned about these guys from you, and I have an idea for them. I'm gonna have to give them a
Speedos.
call.
Ooh, don't give it to him for free.
Speedos.
That's extra.
Speedos.
Terp Wipe Speedos.
Terp Wipe Speedos. Yeah, I know. That's.
You know,
Oh,
here
we go.
Oh, wait,
should we switch out?
No.
We're switching out. We're switching out. Seeds here.
And wait, let's do Earthship packaging.
No, Seeds Here Now, then Earthship packaging.
Okay,
and then we'll do
seedsherenow.com.
James Bean's vault.
Man on the scene. And thank you for...
Everybody stand back. Don't panic. It's organic.
See, he gets fooled every time. You think he's right there.
No, I know he wasn't there.
No, we
but
know.
he did shout out to both of us saying that he was really touched by the story of the Navajo Nation and wants to help in any way. And he's a fountain of resourcefulness. So I'm sure he will be able to help. So go to seedsherenow.com, enter Done Deal at checkout. You're going to get 10% off your order. You can order Adam seeds.
Tarp wipes.
70 other breeders.
Tarp wipe.
Breaking the fourth wall again.
It's my son. He's fucking
seedsherenow.com.
It's not a tarp wipe, kid.
Oh, look who it is. It's
look
the kid.
who it is.
Does he,
he's got all 5 different. He's got so many different names. It's
you
like
better check the. Did you check the parent box on there?
No, of course not.
CC. He's on the computer.
I don't want to sound stupid and say
So
it,
this
but
is
I was thinking.
okay. Earthship packaging.
Wait a minute. We didn't even
Go back.
Slow down.
Okay, cool. I was just getting it up, and then he goes all.
Don't do it.
All right. So next week we're going to be hanging out with Seeds Here Now at the booth at the Cowboy Cup.
Yeehaw!
Oh yeah! Can't wait to see Dave in all his element because
I have a cowboy hat on. I have
boots.
some boot. No, I'm not wearing boots.
Yeah, you are.
No, I'm not.
They got to be a little bit too small.
No.
So you look really
Not gonna do it.
ridiculous.
They have heels.
Yeah,
You
and
look
you need
so
those.
cute. Not all of
and,
them.
No.
And we're gonna get you some jeans with those like overly heavy embroidery on the back. So
Yes.
yes,
No, we're not.
yeah, we are.
No,
True
we're not.
religion, here we come.
If anybody
Meredith is in
can get a
charge of
photo of
Meredith is in
that,
charge of all.
I have so
fashion.
much vintage,
Yeah.
like Stetson.
Meredith is not invited on the show anymore.
stuff
If
right
I can
now.
already see she's
If
ready.
anyone
Assless
gets a
chaps.
shot of that,
Oh my
you get
God,
a free
yes.
pack of
Speedo
seeds from
underneath.
Adam. Nope.
Would you do it for a Scooby
So who's next, Mark? We go straight on to Illuminar, right?
We're not done.
Skip
We're-
Earthship packaging.
No, we're not even done with Seeds Here Now. We're not even done with Seeds Here Now.
We're not
Stay
doing
there.
seeds here now. He has 70 breeders.
There you go.
And
Thank
he
you.
had, it's now, the motherfuckers at Instagram shut his site down.
They're
He had like thousands and
Okay.
thousands and thousands
Again?
of followers. Yes. Just in the last 24 hours. Okay. Totally shut it down. So now you have to go to SHN at SHN auctions.
You're there right now, aren't you? Aren't you there right now?
Well, I mean, yeah, I'm on the website. Are you talking about Instagram?
Oh, you're talking about Instagram. Sorry.
Yeah.
I'm not listening.
Jeez, man. Wow, I know. It's like wah, 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 wah.
He stands by all of his seeds. His growers are like artists from a like music label. They profit when James profits. Something goes wrong, they stand behind
The
it.
key is also that he has all those breeders, and yet not a single. Well, who knows? Maybe secretly underneath the cloak of darkness, but apparently nobody's sharing any males, which is interesting. So it's like everyone's unique. So you don't get this crossover with like, oh, everyone's using the same male in 5 different companies, and that's kind of the way it was.
Strong like bull, same bull for everybody.
Exactly. So he's got that going, which is also huge, and then it's the best customer service ever.
Yeah. Look at that guy.
Ride Seats.
I know that guy. Yeah.
What?
Yeah, I like
Shout out
Ride
to
Seats.
Matt.
Shout out to Matt.
Shout out to Matt.
Shout out to Matt Riot.
Shout out to 2. There's 2. Look at him hanging in
Shout out to
there.
JJ.
I know, JJ
Trademark
is-
that name,
Birds are
JJ.
real. What do you mean you don't do
Oh,
that?
I felt like
TSK?
JJ's like cool with Top Dog.
Of course.
Yeah.
Yes. It
Of
was
course.
exciting.
Look, we've had all these people on the show, except Thug Bug. I don't think we had Thug Bug on, did we?
We
Yeah,
haven't
we
had
have.
JJ
Oh, we
on
did?
in a
I think
while.
so.
Oh, we did. Oh, no. We
I
had-
believe so.
Oh, we
I'm
did
gonna
have Thug.
find these now. Find
Oh, no, we did, actually.
You can find him at seedsherenow.com.
So many shows, man. Good job. So James Bean, man on the scene, next week, hanging at the booth. Oh, also at the booth, we will be having the new fresh hemp. So go to check out, and if you're not going to come to the show, you go to hoodlabstore.com, which is our website, and you can check out the jackets.
It's Hoodlab 2.0, right?
It's Hood Lab Store. It's a fucking virtual place, dude. It's like the meta. It's like the metaverse. It's 2.0.
You know, what do they say the new joke right now? If you stop Facebook, it's metapause.
But yeah, check them out. Check out the very limited.
Fuck you, Vinny.
Very limited. Only
Well, at least
100.
I know the
I have 100
level of
No, I have less. I have 90.
How many are you bringing
4.
to Oklahoma?
Probably bring like whatever. I'm hoping we get on a Southwest flight and get 2 bags and stuff them to the gills, and then we take 3 people with 2 bags each. And
That's like 27 bags. Holy shit.
Why is your math?
156 coats.
We don't need no badges.
Yes,
So
sir.
go to
Fresh hemp.
seedsherenow.com, enter Done Deal at checkout. You're going to get 10% off your order. Or go to shnauctions.com and bid on, if he's got 2 packs on the auction site, that
2
means
packs on the auction site.
they are They were perfect. Nobody complained.
Fucking cool. Oh, holy shit.
If they have Biggie.
And we'll see you next week, James.
Yes, sir.
Now
you can do it.
skip Earthship Packaging. She made fun of me. Earthshippackaging.com.
So wait,
our friend Meredith here.
Custom gear.
Custom gear for your cannabis company. Tell them about your company.
So Earthship Packaging, I focus on sustainable options, and I really love changing the perception that they're more expensive. I've been in business about 3 years, and I guess one of my favorite things to do for people is, one, make it easier to get into the package. Two, get
breaking all the rules.
Breaking the law.
Easy package.
They will hate you.
Exactly.
It has to be 20 minutes to get in because to protect the babies.
No. Chupa Chews packaging, the original Chupa Chews packaging that was like my jam, right when edibles, I discovered them. And that was one of the main reasons. I'm serious that I started this company.
Oh, it's hard to get into?
Well, that and the packaging regulation change. They almost put them out of business from what I understand.
Everybody.
And so that was really aggravating to me to don't mess with my supply. So just I think it's unnecessary as well. So I would actually love to put myself out of business for cannabis packaging because it's, unnecessary imposed cost in my opinion. But
so is this all local shit or?
No, this is about Hamilton.
Remember from Hamilton.
I know Hamilton. Come on now.
This is the dildo device.
I brought, a couple things to give away. My favorite to present, the day pipe, because it looks like a vibrator.
Of course.
I love bargain shopping.
Rosin dogs.
Extremely frugal. So I like finding people with unwanted inventories. Ooh. And then negotiating the hell out of them for customers.
You're the job lot of cannabis, basically.
And
give me that stuff.
One of these people that I, would typically negotiate on their unwanted inventories, they're calling it quits on cannabis packaging. So I'm in line, number one, to get dibs on all their stuff. So
what kind of packaging are we talking about?
Concentrate jars, lots of 2 ounce, 4 ounce, matte, soft, silky feel ones that everybody wants these days.
Oh,
I love it.
Adam Dunn show mats.
Syringes, applicators,
the dablet
tubes. So there's quite a few things there. They go for more pharmacy supply stuff, and this was something they did for some years. They've got everything stocked here, so it's 3-day ship, and they're ready to wheel and deal and get this stuff off their books by the end of the year. So
and James Bean just sent me a text. So just so you know, there is a Black Friday sale going on right now at Seeds Here Now. So head over there. Biggest deals ever.
Ever. No sound effects to that?
Nobody dies trying to get into the Seeds Here Now website.
So,
do you have a Black Friday sale today?
I ain't no bitch.
Well, this is it, and I'm not advertising it.
You
have to go onto the website. You have to subscribe to a mailing list. You have to email us. You have to call us to get these deals. Well, there's just,
how do we do this?
I gave
did you give Mark so we can actually put it on the?
Well, Earthship Packaging.
It's up there.
Already forgot what you said.
Yeah, sign up for. I know these edibles are really great. Who made these?
Oh, those are really good. And they're really good. They're good, and then all of a sudden you're like, oh, those are really good.
What am I doing? Woo.
No, these are not as that one time that we were on the show that he said to Mark and I, go ahead, just eat them, and we ate them, and you could it was oil in the whole thing. It's like when somebody says, here, have 1 drop of acid, and you go like this, down there. And no, these were good. These were good, but these were not the deadly.
Thank God.
It's a good hash crossover.
Still learning how to drive with a camper attached to my car.
Dang, that's incredible.
Biggest deals in history of the universe. That's pretty big.
There we go.
That's intense.
Intense.
So okay, so people got to sign up.
Yeah, you have to contact me if you use these things. I gave my customers and friends and family a head start. Mm-hmm. So you're already working.
Basically, they're all tearing through. We get all mediums left.
Well,
I got mediums and
extra small.
You have to be active. Yeah. You need to be an active participant. I think signing up for our email
So who
list.
is the
Even if
ultimate
you delete
customer?
it later, I don't care.
Who's your
But-
ultimate customer right now?
What?
Who's your ultimate customer?
Who's my ultimate customer?
Yeah, right
I would think concentrate people.
Yeah.
I really like
Speaking of you.
Pop Tops dispensary owners.
Could you cough a little
Ton
more,
of them.
please, Dave?
Sorry.
Dave, one more cough. There we go. Thank you very much. Good job. Good job. Yeah, go back for more. That's a great idea. Yeah. Because that was working out well.
But yeah. So, never before seen historical lows on packaging if you need it.
How low are we talking?
Actually, I think
Just
it's kind of a
give
name
me
your
a
own
crate.
price situation.
Whoa.
Throw stuff at the wall, see if it sticks.
I mean, if you're a company like
obviously, if you're
Dixie,
negotiating online.
You're just making
medically correct, right? You want to be reaching out to you.
In the town.
Hamilton.
No, but it's aggressive, extremely aggressive.
Extremely
You and I
aggressive.
will probably never ever be able to score packaging for this low of a cost unless we buy the factory
Our
ourselves.
prices are.
Do you have cassette tapes?
I do in my garage probably.
Well,
Shed.
because cassette tapes, that's how Adam sells his seeds. So if you had like,
Ooh.
look at empty cassette tapes.
Is that what
All
she's
right.
hoping she has?
That's
magically?
cute.
Nobody has that.
Earthshippackaging.com.
Thank you.
Bars of
All right,
gold.
let's give
that
away
turn
a
into
Dude, the
pipes,
gold
they have
bar is
those.
what got me into Hamilton.
Oh, look at this.
I saw that. It was just like, oh,
What's
I'm
happening?
into
Black
it.
Friday sale. Illuminarlighting.com.
So they've been giving out some lights too, I've noticed.
Yeah.
Everyone's jumped on our
Hmm.
giveaway light thing.
What's up with that?
No one ever thought
you
of that before
invented
us.
the concept of giving away a lamp
Oh, yeah. That
and
was me.
photoshopping ahead. Oh wait, no.
No. That's all fucking Sofabab. Sofabab gives away
It's about
lights.
5,000 years old, and I'm going to play it for everybody here.
What was that little last part there? A little sharp pop.
I don't know.
All right.
Mark, who do you got?
Mark's been digging through the crate with hundreds of thousands of entries.
all morning since 5 in the morning.
Earth shit. Rosin.
Apple changes my company name to that all the time.
What's that?
Earth shit packaging.
Earth shit?
Earth, yep.
Wait,
I
Apple
get-
changes to
Rosin
the word
dogs. No
shit?
respect. No respect for
I know.
kids.
It's like the one time they.
First-
it's the opposite day.
First he tries to
I'm like,
attack J-Lo
I have to like
through the
constantly
screen
double check
somehow.
emails.
Now look at us.
Alrighty.
All right, here we go. Drum roll.
Drum roll. They wrote in Illuminar Grow Light, hoping to win.
That was
That's a
it?
good. That's
Yep.
a good one.
I hope I did this right.
That was it?
Yeah, here we go.
The energy level high.
Good as that photo of you for the fish shit.
Look at that huge nugget. Nice.
We're talking to Michelle if we...
Hello?
Is this Michelle?
Yeah, this is her.
You're live on the Adam Dunn Show.
Hey, Michelle.
Oh, awesome. Nice.
I hope you have the word of the month for us, though. That's the critical
That's the
part.
critical part of this whole thing. Standing between you and...
UB and Farron?
Wait, did you say pushing past par?
No, that would get her double. You win two lights if you do that. Thank you, Michelle. Oh, it's awesome.
Hey, congratulations. We'll send you an email and we'll get your address and we'll have it sent over.
Where's this light going to?
Lake of the Ozarks.
Oh, Missouri girl.
Missouri, yes.
Missouri girl, my people.
Nice.
You guys are awesome. Thank you.
Absolutely. Yeah, I'll send an email, include you on it, and we'll get your light to you.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Well, how easy was that, right? Good job.
Cool.
Didn't even
Wait,
make us
you know,
wait.
I don't need to do anything else? This is
know.
working.
Normally we have to wait for.
See how easy that was,
Nice.
guys? You just have to...
Look at that.
Wow.
Hey guys. Hey guys. See how
Is that the
ladies-
first
And if
woman
you
we ever
if
gave
you've
away
written
a
in,
lamp to?
keep writing in.
Yeah.
Send it back in because I can't remember who we've given it to and who we can't. So
What? You just can't remember something?
just every month, just send another email
Oh no.
and re-enter yourself.
The deal is the squeaky wheel gets
Gets the
oiled
grease.
for
Gets
Yeah.
the cannabis.
So you got to just keep. If you just sent us like, kind of like Tony Baloney style. If you just kept nailing.
Can we talk about Tony? Because I think about that day so often, how
Really?
cool that was that we were sitting there doing the show. We're
Shtickting
in
on
New
him?
York at
Yeah.
Rosin Dog's place, your buddy Rosin Dogs.
Your buddies.
Your buddy.
Your buddy's house. And you guys go way back.
Yes.
You go like 3 weeks.
Mr. Jason
Yeah.
James.
And we're sitting there, and there's this guy sitting there, and he's just
quiet.
He's quiet, and I'm thinking, if he reaches for something right now, I am jumping behind Adam. Okay, I'm using Adam as a human shield, and then
I just thought he was a customer that was just hanging out there, like, hey, look at these guys, look what they're doing. They're doing some sort of show. Maybe I'll just sit here and watch it. So I didn't think.
Yeah, we didn't know, and he's talking.
That's messed up, y'all.
Kind of gave it up that he made. He was talking to us while we had our headphones on, and we were talking, and we're 2 hours into the show, and I made a joke like, "Oh, and Tony Baloney threatened he was going to come down," and he goes like this. Just raises his hand and is like, ah!
And I was like, Tony Baloney? I thought you were some homeless
Great to
guy.
meet you, man. Yeah. You got any weed on you? Fire. Yes. Unlike, oh wait, I won't even say, but the sour diesel. We went to New York for sour diesel, and we didn't get any sour diesel.
Throw
it down. It wasn't ready yet. I'm just being a douche.
It got harvested the day we arrived.
Right. So was not ready yet.
You didn't want to
quite there yet.
But just to remind you guys, you can go to illuminarlighting.com and you can enter Dunn Deal at checkout, and you will get 15% off your order. And we had the owner guy of the show, Eric.
Yeah, that guy.
I mean, he gave us the 50. You can't go higher than him.
That's great.
So,
and he completely fucked everything up.
Yeah, well, pushing past par.
He didn't even
catch it.
Catch his own mistake.
That was wrong.
It was awesome.
Yeah.
Let me tell you something about TPS reports.
We all got swept up in the moment. We got swept up in the moment, but luckily we have micro management.
Right.
We have micromanagement.
Micromanagement will never win a lamp on this show.
That's a great name for a management company.
It is.
Yep.
Micromanagement.
Come
on now.
That's pretty good.
Oh, Adam for the win.
But he is our manager. He is our manager. And, not paid. I mean, he's another intern. He's he's another MTI. Hey, we got 2 MTIs. MTI 2.0. He's virtual MTI.
Yeah, dude.
He'll never replace you.
No, it wasn't Asshole Dave Alley. I said it was Douchey Dave Drive.
Yeah. I like the alley part, though. Alley makes you think of other things.
Reminiscent of throwing a hot dog down a hallway.
No, I'm not thinking about your butt, believe me.
I thought turkeys could fly.
They can't fly?
So, but
this is not financial advice.
So,
all right.
Illuminar, check them. Yeah. Thank you guys, as always. Spreading the light.
Here we go to Oklahoma, baby.
And look at all these Black Friday sales if you are just in the market for a light.
Today's a great day
to spend some money.
Probably go buy stuff, I would say.
It is Slack Friday.
It's the slackiest.
Slackiest
Friday. I know.
Slack Friday. Hey, cannabis.
Hey.
Safer than Black Friday.
After that.
Hell yeah.
Like big time. You're not going to get all
hundreds
trampled.
of times.
Yeah. How many people will die today? Wait. Ooh.
Dang, that's a Debbie Downer.
I haven't.
Yeah, look at you,
fuck
mister.
that. Fuck that. Are you kidding me? They're over a fucking Maytag and a television, and this is what they're doing. Really?
Oh, Patrick's been doing some marketing research for us.
What happened?
We need a sidekick. We need a little guy to go out
yeah,
and do
man,
stuff.
baby.
I know. It's right here.
That's Adam Dunn.
That's funny. He needs a sidekick. He's had one for like years now.
What the fuck?
And
100%.
what is DJC? Just chop liver over here?
Yeah.
Hey, Patrick.
He's like, I'm the only man baby
Who
around
the
here,
fuck?
right, Dave?
What the fuck am I? Chop liver?
The Where's My Dinner Bitch statue? Like that was
3 years in March, man. My first show. I counted them just for giggles.
Yeah. How many we got?
You have like almost 360 posted on YouTube.
I don't
Something
know.
like that. And I'm in 115 of them.
Look at you. Oh, doing the numbers.
Marks and more.
crunchy.
Oh, well, maybe not because, he has those schmoopsy nights he hasn't come to.
Schmoopsy nights? How many of those has he had?
Not very many. What are you talking about?
Holy shit. Is that
Sounds
true?
like a
Look
good
at that.
night.
James Bean says we're under 10 days for Duke getting out.
Oh, fuck yeah.
Oh, dude, that's awesome.
Oh, that is killer.
Guest on the show.
Wow.
They'll get him right back in jail.
Hey.
Can't do that. It'll be like the worst idea ever.
It depends on the conditions. What he has to.
I don't know.
We just want
We haven't really been very good about maintaining any kind of
It's Colorado. It's legal.
Correct delivery. So yeah,
that's great news, James.
That is great.
We're gonna we're gonna have to get him down to Area 420 one day to chill out down there, and then we'll do a show from there.
Yeah,
that's what I said.
Deal.
Perfect.
There we go.
Deals.
That was such a great experience.
See,
we do it once a month.
Every month. The other fun part of the once a month thing.
That's right.
The good one.
I say
Oh, Mark, play the outro, man.
No.
What, are we ready? I'm down. What's up?
No.
Where are we going?
So if you need packaging, you go to
earthshippackaging.com.
and then you say you saw it on the show. You need the super duper
done deal.
The mega done deal.
A few technical difficulties
And
today.
you want to be blown away by
Just shoot us an email. Sign up for our mailing list. That's where we're going to be releasing, the most information about what's there for the inventories.
Is this like a Repo Man kind of situation?
I saw somebody's like super aggressive. Sábado Domingo, but it's
like you'll be standing on top with a
I'm
big
prioritizing.
I can imagine you with a clipboard on top, going move us over there, and then you like slam down a big box of crap, and you're like,
same squeaky wheel gets the grease. It's concentrate jars, pot tops. Sign up for our mailing list, and you'll get the whole rundown.
Well, so if you have a concentrate company and you're looking for packaging and you want the crazy deal before the New Year's, which is not a bad thing because
stock up for April.
Packaging is one of those things where hopefully the more you go through, the more money you're making. So you're going to need more than more. It's a never ending.
A way to secure your supply chain. Get a whole lot of stuff if you.
Yeah, especially if it's
you're
like
gonna
all
use
of a
it.
sudden you're like, whoa, wait a minute. Normally I pay like 8 times the amount that I'm paying right now. That's coming straight into Dave's pocket because Dave wants his cut. Yeah. So you're basically not making any.
I offered to make a new cut of the Speedo.
Yeah.
Ooh.
No.
Okay, fine.
Ooh is right. Emphasis on the ooh.
Rosendog says he has a Speedo already. So
I really wanted gold sequin ones for you guys, but it was a rush job. Did what I could.
What a great show we had tonight.
It was going to be a great day, and then everything kind of just went to shit.
That Navajo Nation story was touching.
Yeah,
absolutely touching.
I was crying.
Horrible and touching.
I was crying. I mean, definitely. It's one of those. Like the thing is, because when you're a grower and you know what you're doing, and it happens, you have that like, oh shit. Everybody has a stomach drop moment and the whole shit and all that. But of course, you knew what you were doing. You know what I mean? Whereas when you don't know what you're doing and they come up to you and start saying, and you're like, I don't know.
Let me show you a warrant with somebody else's name on it.
And then they show you some bullshit. Exactly. And they show you some bullshit, and then they just do it to all your neighbors, and it's like a full on major.
It's harassment.
And like I said, like all the cops were like, "What are we doing here? Like, why are we even here?" Because it's like they know right away because they've seen proper like situations where there's people taking advantage of all sorts. Like when Colorado started, they came here, took advantage. They got there was so many cartel people coming through. It was like, oh, Florida plates. Oh, a bunch of people in a house with a bunch of it's like you could just see it. It was pretty fucking apparent. And then they came in, sweeped out most of them. Then you had remember when that they closed all those places on Federal. There was like 15 shops all interconnected, and they were all just all that those time periods. We've been through all that. Every state does it. You know what I mean? And then you throw in the reservation part where they really don't even know it. Like they're just thinking they're signing.
This is all fucked. Have federal troops, right, on tribal land. Why does the story just not end right there? Where they go, oops, and they leave. Send a letter. Oh, by the way, your hemp, which was supposed to be 0.3% THC, was 17.5%. So, if that's a fail, you get an F and try again next year.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, and they could come, and the other thing too is like to come in at 6:30 in the morning and be all aggressive and all that. It's just the classic where they get you all like wake you up out of bed and put you out in the street in the middle with some spotlights on you and then ask you a million questions. And then on top of that, like, these aren't even the people.
Hey, to the officer who poked their firearm in her back. Fuck you. Fuck you. That's just what a horrible person you must be to do something like that.
No.
Scares him.
Crazy.
Really?
Crazy. And then, of course, thanks to DJ for coming in, giving his story. We had a lot of heavy stories. It's a heavy day. It was a heavy day. Lots of heaviness, but it's also good because it's like we want to.
At least we got it all out in one show.
Yeah, we don't want to. Yeah, we got to it's like whoa.
We went from one woe to another woe.
Whoa, and we double woe. Yeah, we doubled our woe.
So it was. We got it out.
But yeah, anybody out there smoking that Mendo Breath or any of those derivatives of peanut butter breath or any of those combos, let's
see some pictures.
Give a nod to Myra for putting that together and a lot of times it's like it's not even it's literally like you're shepherding these plants, right? So it's not even like, oh, you made this or you made that. A lot of times it's just like, oh wow, you kept that shit alive while I was totally out of my head and not paying attention to shit, and I would have killed everything 3 times over, but you stayed home and took care of it and we're on point. You know what I mean? And those are the people that a lot of times, end up being the saviors to all the people out there throwing their name on shit or running around, and then all of a sudden, oh man, I go back to the well because fucked up again. You know what I mean? So it's kind of like the same deal. So yeah.
All right. On a lighter note, we got my shameless self-promotion.
Do it, the kids.
Here we go.
It's for the kids.
This is the actual outro.
Is this the outro?
This is the outro.
I should do my shout out to my beautiful wife Cece and little Nick.
No, it's his outro.
Oh yeah,
we're
just
outro. The show.
Yeah, we're just playing it out.
Outro on the album.
I'll give you an outro. I'll give you an outro.
Yeah.
I'm the only outro around here.
No, he's the outro giver. You're the official outro giver, man.
Outro doer. All right.
Hey, shout out to MTI. Shout out to Vinny. You guys are
Vinny
great.
had to hold
We
back
couldn't
tonight.
do the
He was
show
like,
without you.
He
started.
He almost tried.
People are crying, and you're playing fucking drops of Ed.
I was like, dude, what are you doing? Exactly. I got in trouble. CC texted me like, don't you do that.
I did not. I felt bad juju if it was going to happen.
I said, like, don't interrupt
tribal leaders going to say, yeah, man.
Yes. Anybody out there wants to go see Sausage and Chicken, he's going to be performing. Diamonds and Sausage. Yeah, that's Rosin Dog is a funny one. Sausage and Chicken. And you can see Mark in one of his 14 projects in and around Denver tomorrow morning, 6:30 a.m.
If you guys want to go out and listen to a DJ anytime in the morning, check out MTI because he's usually playing before noon.
MTI is performing at the farmers market tomorrow at 6:30 in the morning.
There was a line.
There was a line of what?
It was record store day, dude.
Record store day, bro.
Just because you live under a rock and only listen to the Grateful Dead.
Were you?
Fuck you, Dave.
Were you? Were they like critiquing you hard?
No, I was just no one was critiquing anything.
I was thinking all these people were like walking in like, this guy doesn't know nothing.
Yeah.
Like, look at what is this? He's not even playing vinyl. He's playing some crap.
No, I was playing vinyl.
Oh, you were?
Yeah, I played like jazz, down tempo, hip hop, funk
stuff they can't get mad at.
Ooh.
I see what you're doing.
What do you mean?
No beat match. You didn't have to do any beat.
Yeah,
match.
there's no beat matching this
zero
morning.
beat matching
We're just
skills.
playing.
You were just being lame. I get it.
All right.
Wow. I beat matched a couple. You can't keep behind the turntables and not do that.
No.
All right.
A little bit. Yeah, a little juggle here and there.
No wonder he wants to call us potheads.
When you go back on vinyl, though, do you get all like discombobulated?
No, I actually switched back over to digital vinyl too. Like, so I've been playing on vinyl for a couple weeks now.
Well, yeah, it's vinyl, but I mean, vinyl.
No, but like actual vinyl. I mean, I don't know. Like,
All right, I know.
that's what I had started on. So
yeah, but you can't like when you're like I'm saying, just true vinyl, no Serato, no.
Yeah, sure.
Hit the button, be all lame and lazy.
I got all that
I know
stuff.
what you're doing.
I mean, I got all that stuff too. I got all of it.
I know.
I've done it all.
Good.
Yeah.
Yep.
I'm just trying to get that straight. That's all. And then shout out to the chat gang.
Hey, shout out to Jonah Hill for going to be playing Jerry
I
Garcia.
see you guys
in the
kind of
biopic.
calmed down. Uncut Bush seems to have calmed down. Rosin Dogs is still a little antsy. So we have two women on the show. What are you laughing at now? Who are you laughing at?
Micro.
Oh, man. Oh, yeah. He's getting all red like one, too.
Oh, dude, he's super red. What the hell?
Red. And can you emphasize? Can you go zoom in and
the
go
mushrooms.
zoom in, emphasize?
I'll be home soon.
I actually gave Dave the red one of these and called it Red Rocket. he's like, your new nickname's Red Rocket. He's like, no, it's not. No, it is not.
No, this is
This is the same as feeling.
Is it red too? This is a red one.
I gave him a red one.
Oh, perfect.
Lucky. Rocket.
That's the nicest thing a man's ever done for me. That was from a woman. Thank you. I'm sorry.
No.
J-Lo. You're still on a show.
Sorry.
So,
fudge.
You can't believe what wonderful things exist in the heart of
it's shout out time.
Shout out to Uncut Bush. Shout out to Rosendogs. And Mrs. Rosendogs, who I hope was sitting next to Rosendogs all night.
I was gonna say they were a little more calm this week.
Yeah,
they wasn't so juvenile. I got calls from other listeners about those guys.
Yeah,
I gotta talk like
inappropriate.
I'm talk like Joe Biden. Not listening right now. I don't know if they're listening, but if you're listening,
nice.
Gotta be nice to J-Lo. Don't make her embarrassed.
I knew someone I could get a 10 from.
Because she's gonna tear you up, boys.
10
Let me
points.
tell you, she's writing all sorts of material. Anyway, no.
Oh, John, come on. We almost made it out.
Oh.
Fuck off.
Wow, John.
Wow. What a child you are, John.
Oh, John.
Just have fun in high school. Did you check the above 13 box on YouTube?
Thinks she's taking my career from me. I'm gonna wring her pretty little neck.
All right, shout out to. Give us a shout out.
Oh.
Your shout. Come on. You know.
Shout out to J.U.B. We got a shout out for J.U.B.
That's what I'm saying.
Thank you. That was so nice.
All right. Shout out to J.U.B. You have a photo? Can you send him a photo? We need a photo.
I would love
That's how we close
It's on
the
our
show,
Instagram page, probably.
Yeah, it's on my Instagram. I'm sorry.
Can you find that? Can you get a picture of J.U.B. like we did like with Freddie Boy?
Play us out, Vinny.
You got to do the outro.
Aww.
Come on now.
This is why you
don't want to drag it out. Can't drag it out to next week. Then it's like, oh, you want to bring that back up? Jeez, I just got a new dog and he's so cute. Oh my God.
That makes sense. She reminds me of
Anyway,
J-Lo.
Well, that was nice.
Super cool dog.
Yeah, I feel like
He's been through it all. You said they got arrested. When dogs get arrested, then you know. Did he get fingerprinted or paw printed?
I think his paws were left out of it.
That would have been dope. Should have been like, can you just do it so I have it? I need the paw prints.
Can I please have his photo? His little
with the police thing on it.
His jail picture.
There he is.
There he is.
Oh,
Now that is a cool looking dog.
Thanks, guys. That was so nice. Thank you, Mark.
Of course.
Yeah, no, it's sad, but at the same time, like I said, it was you were there, didn't go like crazy through a million things or whatever, kind of powered through, right?
Yes.
Good
pass.
dog. Good dog.
Yeah, good job.
Good job at that. Leaving me a huge mess.
Oh, thank you.
Looks like the kind of dog would cause some damage, though.
I mean,
Did he break some things along the way, or was he one of those?
definitely broke some shit.
Because he looks like big.
It's like a slobber dog, right? It goes like this.
Slingshots. I told my mom, I was like, it's too hard to clean the toilet yet, or the ceiling, or everything.
Like this. Oh my God! How did it get up there?
That's exactly how I feel.
Look, it's bigger than that car.
Look at that.
Oh yeah, that's his.
His house.
He's a little brat deep down.
Yeah. Double meaning. So you still have that car?
No, I wish it was my ex's.
Oh.
You know how that is. Takes away the sparkle.
Yeah, a little bit. But they're cool. Like a friend of mine who's probably watching the show right now. He's like, "Wow, dude, that's a '79."
Can restore that.
Victor.
I noticed it too.
They have the little bench seat or the thing in the back, the little chairs
the
in the
reverse.
back.
Yeah, the death seats for kids. It was like. It's the kind of thing you could never do now. You're like, so we were thinking like you guys could sit in the back and hold on these little handles, and just hang in there while we go down dirt roads and do slide out. It was funny. They were
famous last words. That and hold my beer and watch.
And they were so like chintzy as far as all the stuff they built into. Yeah, you were like, no way.
Oh, very nice. Get your hands up.
And with that note,
shout out. That's That's it. We're done.
I'm done.
Hey, bye. I'll be home soon.
So next week, Cowboy Cup, and we'll all be out there with the fresh hemp jackets. So if you need one and you're going to come to that show, bring some cash.
Bring some cash.
Bring some cash.
And seeds too.
420 special, 420. There'll be 420 on site. Normally 450. So
get a pack of seeds if you buy a jacket. So.
Yeah, I'm throwing a pack in there for everybody.
Damn.
There you go. That makes it all worth it. All right, guys. See you guys next week. And
peace. Peace.
Yeah, stay safe.
Practically every one of the top 40 records being played on every radio station in the United States is a communication to the children to take a trip, to cop out, to groove. The psychedelic jackets on the record albums have their own hidden.
This is a special question. We don't want you to smoke genetically modified ganja. We want you to smoke the real thing. We want you to smoke the natural herb. Some call it marijuana, some call it sensimedia, some call it lamb's bread, and some people call it ganja.